Whew. Man, it has been a minute since a live stream. Oh, and I am really tired. I was like, I'm going to go do this stream. I want to do some coding. And I haven't streamed in a while, and I know what I want to do, what I want to work on for tonight. It's going to take me a couple hours to do it. And I was like, yeah, let me just go ahead and do a stream. It'll be fine. And then I get on my perch, and I get to this moment, and I'm like, man, I'm tired. Do I really want to start the stream? Maybe I'll just go to bed early. But here I am. How you been? How's your summer? Let me hit the stream and refresh. Look, there's a live one right there. Yay! I haven't seen Botrick's kick yet, but it is up. I made sure to have that up and running first to kind of get that going. Man, what is this test me window? I don't remember what this is. Cheats, I don't have any cheats running. Camera, that's me. Game capture. Display, okay, cool. Here, I'll refresh Botrix. Actually, it might kick. No, it hasn't kicked yet. I'll give it a minute before I refresh it. Let's see what's on my home page. By the way, I don't know if you guys play StarCraft, but they've done quite a few updates for it. This is not going to be a StarCraft update channel. Hey, Botrix just kicked. Let's see if I'll see it on my dashboard here. It always takes us so long to get the stream going. That's fun. Somebody said that I look like I'm bald because of the my hair is dark and my background is dark. I have a green screen, you know, you can see it there. But it's whatever. There is hair here. I'm not completely bald yet. I'm very fortunate. My dad had the male pattern baldness. He lost all this pretty much by the time he was my age. I've got a pretty decent crop. My hairline's gone back a little bit, but really when my hair is full, you can't really tell. Sometimes when I'm sideways, though, you can kind of see it. Thought about having the hairline moved up, but when I looked into the replanting of hair, what they do is just take your natural hair and they move it, you know, up. But they want you to wait for when your natural hairline is going to stop receding before they put before they rebuild it. Otherwise, your hairline's going to keep receding. You'll have that bald patch in the middle. You have to get it redone. It's like, $10,000 each time they do it, because they have to manually replant the hairs. So they pick the hairs on the side of the head because these ones almost always stay, and they pick hairs from here and then they replant them forward. That's why people like George Clooney have fantastic hair, because they have the money to replant it. All right, I did not see Botrix kick on my end of the table, so I'm gonna say hi in chat and see if. Okay, so then it hit. Okay, so I could see that. Yay! All right, so some things going on in life. Where am I at? Yeah, so if we jump onto the Bruce Books page, hey, here I am. I have an event coming up on July 18th from 12 p.m. to about 2 p.m. It may run a little bit over, but we may start a little bit earlier, but the event officially starts between at 12 and technically ends at 2. But it is a book signing situation because I've got my books and my comic book, Wielders of Aether, is out. Emerald City has a bunch. If you want to buy one, head over to Emerald City. They are not going on Amazon, and I will not be selling them online for a while. So if you want one, you'll have to get it local. At some point, I will have them online, but I'm not doing that just yet. So Emerald City, also Retro Rat, you can get it there as well if you want to go to Retro Rat. And I'm going to look for other comic book places, in the area, but those are the two big ones that I know of. But the event is going to be Saturday, July 18th. I think that's a Saturday. And yeah, so I'll be there. I'll be signing. I'll have the comics there. I'll probably have some of my books there. But if you've bought a book previously and you want me to sign it, I will be there to sign it. Whichever. And eventually I might have, because I do have the beginnings of an e-commerce thing on this page. How's that? Something fell. So I may sell them direct to the website, but we'll see. Anywho, I guess we'll just get started with what we're meant to do, huh? So I started the stream so I could work on the Metroidvania that I've been picking at for off and on. It is summer, so I get to work on my own stuff and not have to build content constantly for students. So I chose this summer to work on book 2 for Wielders of Aether and the second comic for Wielders of Aether and the game, which is taking forever, but it's getting there. Where is I gotta go to GitHub, and I have to pull my changes. Yeah, I guess I can show that. There's nothing wrong with pulling someone's changes. I'll just pull. You can see I'm on the branch of custom movement because I went through and rebuilt the movement system, and I rebuilt the jumping system so that I can do coyote time and so that I can do double jumps and some other stuff. Double jumps are built in to Unreal. You don't have to do a whole lot to have double jumping working. And technically, if you use the built-in double jump system, you don't have to worry about coyote time. You can just offload coyote time into a double jump, and it gives you an option to jump. You can do it that way. But me, I have to be extra, and I went ahead and rebuilt the movement system because, of course, I would. I was not satisfied with the way that it was working, so I rebuilt it. So this is going to be my first run on this machine. I'm going to work on a laptop. So some things may not be synchronized. They may have to rebuild project files. So let me just do a quick peek here. Characters are all good. Components, I haven't done anything with this yet. Coyote block, I'm going to be removing this. Because I was going to do a block that appeared momentarily just before coyote time happened. And I decided that's not going to be useful. It caused a lot of issues. Getting the timing for that right and all that was an issue. So I went with a different method, which was rebuilding the movement system. Animations, yes. I don't see the helper functions in here or any of that. So I'm going to have to rebuild project files on this machine. 1 second. Let me close this. And I go ahead and launch Unreal here. Where is Unreal? I happen to have a shortcut on my desktop. I don't know why I didn't use the shortcut. I'll get that. There we go. Oh. This is the kind of stuff I gotta be worried about. Is like sometimes my students watch the stream, and I don't want parents yelling at me because there was a scantily clad friggin' anime character on here. Thank you, Unreal. This is their advertisement. That's not mine. But I'll go to Unreal Engine. Okay, and I'm working in version 5.4, so make sure I'm on 5.4. I'm being dumb. I don't even have to do it here. I don't need that. That's the problem with doing things when you're tired. You're not really thinking. BT dubs, if you want to rebuild project files, what you got to do is open up your parent directory and what do I want to get rid of here? Do I care about cache? No. So that will do nothing. Intermediate files I have to nuke because so just so you know how this works, when you are pushing an Unreal project up to the cloud, things that do not go, binaries do not go, intermediate does not go, saved does not go. So these are things that are safe to remove. Config, I don't remember if config goes or not. But I would avoid deleting the config file if you don't have to, because the configuration that you have set up for your environment, if you nuke that, you'll have to set it up again. So it's just a pain. So I would leave config, but binaries you can nuke. Intermediate you can nuke, and saved you can nuke safely. This just has auto saves and some stuff in there, but you don't really need them. Okay, and then you want to delete the solution file. Then you can take the your project, right click on it, and then more options, generate Visual Studio project files, and that'll regenerate them for you. And that's really handy because it goes and relinks everything. You don't have to link anything by hand. There's so much stuff to link. To do it by hand would just be a nightmare. So yeah, so that just got done. Yay, and I can open up my solution, and now this should have the other stuff that it was missing. So what it was missing, if I go back to source, under here, under system, and actually I don't see helpers here. Looks like I'm missing the helpers file. Components. Yeah, I'm missing the helpers file. I'm good. I was mixing up another program. Sometimes I do that, but that's okay. So I got that. I'm gonna launch from here and see what we have. See if there's any errors. I didn't have to delete project files after all. All right, I'm gonna plug this guy in. That's camera. Where is controller? Controller. There should be a spot for the mouse. Where is everything? Okay. So that one's mouse. Now that one's phone. Technically, that's the other controller, but I use it for phone. Camera. I think is this one. I don't know what that one is. Oh, that's the other controller cord. That's when I'm using the PS4. Okay. I don't want to lose that one. I do like that one. But I think I can safely remove that for now. That won't break my camera. Okay. Just make sure I loop that one around this post. Otherwise, I'll lose the cord. Okay, so I got that one. Then I'll plug this one in. My wireless controller that I had, my Afterglow, stopped working. I didn't throw it this time. It just decided it didn't want to work anymore. I don't blame it. I don't want to work anymore either. By the way, if you ever think quantum mechanics is bullcrap, and that things do not exist in quantum states, the Schrodinger's cat. You put them, the cat's in the box near a radioactive isotope. Until you open the box to observe the cat, you don't know if it's alive or dead. It's in a wave superposition state. It's supposed to be an interesting thought experiment. But if you ever thought that was BS, if you ever tried to put a USB stick into a USB port thing, and you always have to turn it 3 times because it exists in 3 states. It's in the up state, the down state, or the superposition state. And until you observe the USB, does it manifest into one of those states, and you know which way to put it in. Just putting that out there. Okay, so, oh, is this capturing? All right, good. I had to make sure that I didn't pull the camera out. Okay, so that's good. All right, so here's the game. Let's go ahead and run it and see if anything's happening. All right, so movement. Yay. A little quick on the turn on this machine. We got that. It's jittery on this machine. It's weird. It runs really smooth on the laptop. There shouldn't be a frame rate difference because system clock should be timed. But yeah, it is running a bit faster on this. I might have to go into settings and force the system clock to be a certain FPS. Because this is definitely running faster than on the laptop. My move speed is stuck at 800. I wonder if he didn't come out of run. Yeah, okay. No, that's about normal. Okay, so it's just being a bit weird. So some things I worked on, I went ahead and redid a bunch of the animations. I had to ultimately do a lot of these by hand, which sucked because I have a motion capture suit, but it's gimmicky. It wasn't giving me good capture data, so I had to do a lot of these by hand. But I fixed crouching. Crouching's no longer jittery. And then, crouch jump works, no jitter. This is pretty good, no jitter. So that turn is good. This one is a bit weird. I think I noticed an issue with the turn. Turn is fine, but it's just a little quick here. And then when he turns, he has this little... His leg movement isn't synced with the transition. That's just a little... Not that big of a deal. It's just one of those little things. I got jumping. Jumping works. There's a bit of a jitter on the jump, but I haven't finished putting it in. I disabled punching and kicking at the moment. You can also see I have an output to show me which state the last few states I've been in, just because it's easier for me to track if there are any errors. So right now I'm in idle. That's the last state there. Walk start, and then walking, because there's a transition there, and then a stop. And then back to idle. I have my dash to running, stop. I can also early cancel for dash, which is nice. But I can't turn around while in dash. Do you see that? So I'm actually trying to turn around here, but I can't. So I have to build a turnaround for that. Now, I can turn around while running. That's allowed. I'm quick about it. There we go. So if you just slide your finger across. I ended up hitting down. This controller's like buggy, but... Keep hitting down. Come on, you. There we go. It's a little easier to do that on the stick than it is to do it on D-pad, but... I'm really picky about how the movement is going to be. I want the movement to be a certain way, so I keep redoing it. Just been unhappy with it. Like, it could be a lot farther along if I just didn't give a crap about how the movement is. There is a little bit of a pop on that run that I'm noticing. Otherwise, pretty okay. Just on that left hand. I don't see it on the right hand, but I do see it on the left hand. Left hand pops. It just as a recap some of the stuff on here. Of course, you can see I have a direction, shows me if I'm facing left or right. I have a speed update, let me know what speed I'm in. Dashing is a little bit faster than running, but dashing only lasts for like a couple seconds, and then there's that transition. And of course, jumping. But I can't jump out of run. I can jump while walking. I can jump out of most states, I think. But I cannot jump out of dash, and I cannot jump out of run, so I have to fix that. What else is going on in here? I do have coyote time. That's what those 3 little bars are on the ground. That's for my ground sense. So the coyote time just checks how long I've been off the ground. And if I've been off the ground a small enough amount of time, I can still jump. Right now it's off, but and you see this checks here, middle, or then off. The little thing in the middle, I know it looks inappropriate, but that just tells me if I'm touching a ledge at a certain height for wall jumping. But later I'm going to need a higher one. So this one, I'm going to need a little bit lower, so I can vault up on stuff. Right now I can't vault anything. So I'll have to have that one. You can see it does check for the height to see if the space is available. Weird. It was stuck there for a second. Anyway. Oh, that actually stuck. It like kicked for a second. Did that pull me in? It's supposed to, but yeah. Anyway, the thing I'm here to fix tonight is there's a little bit of a quirk. You can see how when I go, you probably can't tell because you don't have the controller in your hand, but as I go to turn, there's a bit of a hesitation before I'm allowed to go. And again, this is one of those things on the laptop, that transition is fine. So walking, turning is pretty okay, although it is a bit fast. I might have to dial the timing down for that one. But there's also a bit of a slide, so sometimes he'll just do a little weird slide thing. So that's happening because certain states don't have a turning state yet. So it just kind of like gets weird. Also, if I jump and you can see I'm facing to the left on the down there on the direction. If I jump and I press to the right, I move left. So you can't tell, but I'm pressing to the right on the control, and I'm moving to the left. And that's hooking me. It's interesting that it's hooking me there. I don't know why it's hooking me. That's bizarre. Like, I'm not colliding with anything, but I'm getting hooked. I don't know what's hooking me. I don't know. I don't know if it's because it's trying to put me in this little jitter. So it has this little jitter because I don't have a transition set up for that, so it's just being loopy. But yeah, so some of this is just a bit weird. Again, that's me pressing to the right. I don't know why he's getting stuck there. So right here, I don't have, okay, I lied. See how when I jump, I'm getting thrown back into idle. I don't know why. takes me out of the falling state and just throws me to idle. Jumping immediately to idle. So I think what's happening is I did my jump and I let go early, or maybe I canceled jump early enough and it's trying to transition back to idle, which cancels the jump. I think that's what's happening, which is why this little feed over here is useful. I can see what I went to jump, and from jump it immediately tried to shove me back into idle. Like it skipped the falling state, just threw me back into idle. So little things like that. So it's whatever. So let's go see what I can fix today. Let's go to here. Yes, yes, okay. Yeah, this is all commented out. This is the old state machine for, oh, this is just the old action for move. Move right now takes in, so I had a couple options for how I wanted to do move to solve the movement facing a certain direction. So in the current move setup, so I have a couple different moves here. So here's another move. And then I think I have one more. Yeah. So this one takes in the F input action value, which takes in a scalar float directly from the controller. And that's pretty useful because it uses axis value. So when you move based on the actual input from the controller, it gets a positive or negative internally, and it funnels that into your motion. And then you don't have to sit there and, do adjustments for acceleration or anything like that. Add movement input actually handles that for you. It takes in the world direction value, and then it does some fancy math for you and lets you move left and right, no problem. But I wanted some very discrete movements. I like when you press left or right on the thing that your character moves instantaneous. There's no real acceleration. Like maybe a little bit, just like a little bit, but in general, it should be pretty instantaneous. It just gives a good snappy feel. If you play any Metroidvania game, if you play Hollow Knight or Super Metroid or Castlevania, you can that nice crisp feel. There's very little to no acceleration, and the motion is just you're instantly that speed. So axis value is fine, but it does give you a little bit of acceleration. So I could use this one, but I disabled this one in favor of doing, I think I'm using this one, where I pass in the direction that I need to be moving, and then I evaluate, and then I do an update, and then I update max speed. You can see my lazy value here for flipping. So this is okay, but right now my movement is coupled to my direction. So unless my direction has changed, this variable has changed. Well, this is a local one, but the actual direction variable that is passed in, unless that has changed, the character is going to move that way. So if he's facing to the right, it doesn't matter if I press left. He's going to move to the right, unless pressing left causes him to turn, and then he faces to the left, then he can move to the left. So that's kind of coupled together. So I can work on decoupling that by creating a separate variable to handle move direction versus facing direction. I can do that. I can use axis inputs here, which will do that for me. There's also this one. This one handles a lot of that internally. You can see I'm just manually flipping move speed and then passing it in. But this is kind of silly. Add movement input. It's not being a jerk. It takes in a scale value for float, but really changing this, you don't really have to. You can, as long as you set your max walk speed, he'll get there. What you really want to do is, if I come up to, where did I put them? Okay. So these are built in, not really, but sort of. There is an acceleration and deceleration value on the character movement. So these are the built-in ones. If you set it to something insanely high, the acceleration is automatic, basically. It's instantaneous. I think the default is about 900, which is what I had here. I've been playing with the values to get exactly what I want, you know. Oh, the other thing I did for movement for jumping. Let's take a look at jumping. Controller, there we go. I updated my input system. I wrote my own input system, basically. It checks all that stuff. Unreal has its input system, but I don't like it. So I wrote my own, because of course I did. That doesn't mean it's better. It's just I understand mine way better than I understand Unreal's. And that's just why I wrote mine. Because I need to pair certain movements together. I need to compare and contrast states to input actions. And the built-in one, the new input system that Unreal is implementing, I don't like it for that. You're supposed to be able to cord things together, but I don't trust it. I don't trust it because a lot of that stuff is handled, it's obfuscated from me. It's handled in some mysterious background, some black box that I can't really touch. But this I can touch, and I can, if my inputs are broken, I know it's my fault. You know, I can go fix my inputs. So, but so I wrote my own input system here. Boom, boom. Anyway, so on jump, here's jump. I can go here. So there are a few different things that happen in jump, and this is roughly based on Unreal's jump system, but modified to do what I need to do. So if I take my jump and I go in here, a couple of checks that happen. We check if jump's been pressed. There is a held time that gets set. We check our grounded state to see which thing is hitting the ground and if we are grounded. Or we have the appropriate amount of coyote time, then we're still allowed to jump. So we can check to see if we're crouching, and we can also check to see if we can jump or we are able to wall jump. So these things get checked. And then all that stuff eventually changes the state, so the character animates to the idea of jumping. But all this stuff gets checked, right? But when this gets checked, this is just the pre-setup. The actual, if I come down here, you see that there are a few things here. We got jump, we got wall jump, jump to fall, stop jumping, wall jumping, reset jump, reset wall jump, and handle jump velocity. So all these different things are kind of working together to make jump work. Instead of just why don't I just hit the button and just go up in the air? The answer is because if we look at Unreal's jump system, it's complicated. The jump system that Unreal built, they built it around the idea that you are potentially going to run this on a server, and they wanted to have some checks in place. So if we look at is it under 8 characters? Hey, pawn. I think jump is in here. Okay. This is the virtual. Let's go farther in. So all they do is that this is literally their thing, right? They check if the key's been pressed, and they check for hold time. Like, I didn't invent anything new. I just modified their version of it to do what I need it to do. Stop jumping, same thing. And then they reset the jump state, right? So I rebuilt some of this so that I can handle things that I need on my end. Check jump input, so you go ahead and check it. They do all this stuff. Validate character movement. Check to see if that key's been pressed. And this is pretty much what I'm doing on mine. I used theirs as a base to get what I needed. There's a clear jump input value, which I also have. So when you hit the jump button, it's going to basically check to see if you can jump, if you want to jump, if that's been confirmed with server and all that stuff. So I'm not going online, but it's fine. So for mine, because I wanted to implement coyote time, I had to modify how jump got fired. So here is my jump velocity. So after this gets checked, it checks my jump time, all that stuff. Sets my variable, and then we come into here and checks to see if we can. But the actual part that moves the character off the ground is launch, which is just a force. Uses the physics engine to kick the character up into the air. So we just knock him into the air. And I have one for super jump and regular jump. And I have this coupled to play animation. I don't actually have to have this here. I can have the animation being handled elsewhere, but right now it's coupled to the jump. Because the reason I did it this way is there are a lot of checks to make sure that jump is allowed to happen when you hit the key. And in the event that jump is not allowed to happen, I didn't want the animation to fire. So I have the animation firing only if launch has happened, right? So by the time we get to here, launch has happened. Either this launch or that launch. It doesn't matter which one, but by the time we get here, launch has happened. And now we can enter the jump state from one of these positions here. So either from crouching or from the other. I could, instead of doing this as independently, I could group these together. You know, if you were crouching, yada yada yada. But this variable is handled externally, so I just didn't pair them together. I let this be independent. And then we have the wall jumping check, which is basically the same thing as this, but it's checking against the wall jump options. And then we're adding the wall jump force to the horizontal value in addition to the vertical. So you go a little diagonal. Now, I did not pair this with the animation for it yet because I haven't built the animation for it yet. So this is just kind of commented out. And then some other checks. But yeah, it was fun. But anyway, so I think what I'm going to have to do to get the to be able to move left and right or whatever while in the air is I need to get my jump turn working. So I'm going to go up to the old input here. And actually, I'll just do it quicker from here. I left version 1 and version 2 because I made a couple of these. Now I'm working on version 3. So version 1, let's go. Oh, one thing you might remember from last time is I was building, because flipping a character left and right for a 3D platformer is such a pain in the butt. Like a 2D character, you can just literally flip the X value and render it the opposite way. And that works great if the character is the same, on both sides. If you had like half his face missing on one side, like a Terminator, then you'd have to animate both sides. You'd have to have a unique animation for both halves, which sucks. In Selden's case, because he's a 3D model, flipping him, he is not even on both sides. He has his gi kind of goes across. So I could flip him and you could tell that it's mirrored. It doesn't really matter all that much, but you could do it that way. I didn't like doing it that way. So I ended up having to do 2 sets of animations. I had a left animation and a right animation. So 2 sets of animations. But have you seen my state machine? So if I go over here, or the available states, these are not even all the available states finished yet. Right? There's like a lot of these. Right? So that meant that I had to make 2 of every animation. So every transition, every turn, every step, every walk, every punch, every kick, I had to make 2 of them. So a couple of options you could do. You could build a mirror table inside of Unreal. But that's buggy. It does work, but it is a bit buggy. But the other issue with mirror table is you can use it in C++, but it works a little bit better if you use it in Blueprint. I'm trying to avoid blueprinting this as much as possible. Because whenever you have to change, I'm still testing animations. I'm still throwing animations in and trying different things. So if I need to change the animation out, I have to break the connection on the animation graph, add the new animation, and go and reconnect everything. It is a colossal pain in the butt to do that. It's really good if your animations are all finalized. It's cool, but it's finicky and it does break, and Blueprint connections break, and they are such a pain in the butt. I had an issue with Rocket Flip where one of the Blueprint nodes broke, and it would just crash. The game would just crash. And it took me like 3 months I had to go into the project directory, copy everything from a working version of the game, paste everything in to the project directory, launch the game, open something, see if it crashes. If that thing crashes, then that was the thing that I had to delete, try again, open it. If it crashed, remove that thing. I had to go until I found the blueprint, the specific blueprint that had the busted link. And then I went and I was able to refresh that blueprint node. You can't just refresh a blueprint node that is kind of corrupted. You have to delete it and make another one. But it took a while of just digging through layers of blueprinted substrate. So I didn't want to do that for this project. I was, I'm just going to C++ the majority of it and only blueprint what I have to blueprint. So I'm trying to avoid any of that. But again, I'm using two animations, so I had to either mirror table it or mirror everything in my animation system, which is Maya. So I did a mirror through there, but still I had to double every animation, had to make and all that stuff, which is really inefficient, and it bloats the memory. So I was like, well, how can I make this so I can be smoother, less of a headache, and only have to make one animation set? So I went through the process of rebuilding the state machine for like the third time. Oh crap, I wanted that. What did I delete? I got rid of header. So yeah, the old one, I had to do two. I had to do one for facing left and one for facing right, which is the exact same code, right? But I had to be very specific about the direction you were facing. So on the current one, I don't have to do that. I am, for the most part, able to use the same input, and it worked either way because it's using the same animation. So anyway, I went on a tangent, but I'm getting tired, so my brain's not thinking. Slow fall, I can add slow fall in, but I don't think I'm ready for slow fall. All right, jump released. I don't think I have stop jumping hooked up yet, so I should take a look at this one. Jumping turn and falling turn. So these are the two that I think I need to move over to help with that movement while in air. So I think I can rebuild these and I can get slow fall. So let's take these. Stop jumping is... Do I have stop jumping over there? So my process has been I'm just slowly moving these over into the new input system. I don't remember. I'm too tired to think, so I think I'll just work on jump turn and fall turn. Those will be simple enough. So you can see the way that these are written, I can check for either left or right, and I can just call the animation once. For most of it. Some of it I do have to separate it, but running turn looks fine. I can't turn while crouched yet, but maybe later. All right. I may ultimately rewrite this. The way that it's currently written, I'm checking for the jump key, and then I'm checking the state, and then I'm doing some additional checks based on states. The reason for that is I was getting overlap with, if jump is pressed and you're in a certain state, and then on the next check, it might check, if jump is pressed and you're in a different state. And those would fire in sequence or in series, doesn't really matter. but one could be true at the same time another one is technically true, and I was having an issue with that. So I did this, and then else ifed it. But I don't like this. I do prefer checking the state against the input. I think that's cleaner. But I just happened to, I had a buggy result with this one, so. I don't think I have a stop jumping built into this one here. Down here under no inputs, I think I have a, if was moving while falling, I have these, falling move and that one. So move while falling works. This is the jump, right? Yeah. So I'm going to drop these two in here. So jump turn and fall turn. All right. I'll just keep these as reference, but I'll ultimately rewrite. So if where state, let's see, I do want jumping, so he states, I get to actually write some code, guys. Jumping, so I'm going to take my jumping. Yes, crouch jumping would be good. I might have to check wall jumping as well. In some games, when you, I don't have Metroid Dread on here. It'd be a good one to show. But in some games, when you jump and your character is arcing in one direction, you're at the mercy of that jump. You can push the opposite direction all you want. You're not going to do anything. But I want to have air control. Like in Super Metroid, you could jump this way or that way and then change your direction mid jump, which I really enjoyed. You can't really do that in Hollow Knight, and you can't do it in the new Metroid Dread. You can't do it in. You can do it a little bit, but out of a wall jump, you can't. You're kind of stuck for about half a second in that initial arc, and then you can change. They did that, I think, on purpose to prevent ladder wall jumping. So if you can see that. So originally you could do a wall jump and then come back to the wall and wall jump and come back to the wall and wall jump. You had a ladder wall jump, whereas they made it to where you have to have an arc, and then once you're about here, then you can come back, which I really don't like. So, so yeah, so this is, and I'll just read over here. Yes. So yeah, so I'll keep this one. I will do or, so I'll keep that one. I don't have to rewrite this. I'm rewriting this so that my brain is catching up because I'm tired. So crouching jump, do I have, come here you, ugh, don't be a jerk. Just my mouse double clicks and it's kind of annoying. All right, do I have wall jump? Yeah, I got jump wall, jump falling, jump move. I think all these are okay. And they're all different states, right? Because you have your initial jump where the character kind of kicks off the ground. That is a different animation state. The animation for moving while jumping, that one's a little bit different. The jump to fall transition, there's that one, and you have the actual wall jump. So I think all those can go in here. So crouch jumping. My OCD. So jumping move. Jumping to fall and wall jumping. And crouch jumping. So if any of those, and then the appropriate key, so and BT dubs, when you are doing a block of ores, you do want to make sure that those are captured inside of a set of parentheses. That way that block is considered as a condition, and otherwise you're going to have some mismatches. Okay, so am I worried about the direction itself? And my scatterbrain went to, well, the transition from jumping to falling might be different than the jumping while turning. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to check my player direction. So if we are facing to the right, and so if we're facing to the right, but we press the left key, so F left pressed. And this is going to be an OR, so I'm going to make sure that that has a group. So if we're that way, or we're this way, this is going to be going left and pressing to the right. Let's see, direction, left and right. Yes. In the original, I did have a check for held. I don't know if I need to worry about that. I may want to check for it. I'm trying to think if I need to. Because if you're holding the jump key, that would put you into slow fall. So do I handle that here, or do I handle that on slow fall? You can see how certain jumping conditions can overlap, so how do I want to group them together? I will leave it off for now, I think. All right, so why are you mad? We're expecting. So 1, 2. Okay, so we do need a 1. Oh, I left off the or. There we go. So, and this or that, and then we have, and then we're gonna go do, so normally at this point, I would call the jump turn animation, but I don't have one. So I'm just gonna do player turn. I'll use turn flip. So I can turn this one off. And you can see falling turn is a different thing I'm going to have to handle, so I'll do this one in a second here. All right, so let's see how this one behaves. So at this point, assuming this is running fine, if I'm in the jump state, I should be able to turn left and right. It should just flip the character. But my movement should also be aligned with the fact that I've turned. And while this is cooking, I actually have 3 different turns currently. I may merge them all at some point, but here they are. So I have this turn, that turn, that turn. So this turn is handled. This is the one that handles the actual rotation. This one's works on tick. So it does the calculations and rotates based on a certain speed to line up an animation. We'll look at that at some point. This turn literally just flips him instantly based on the direction you give it. And then this one just flips. It doesn't matter what direction it's currently facing, it just flips the opposite. So I don't have to think, I just flip it. So we can take a look at this one. So this one checks if we're turning, gets the mesh, and then it just handles a little rotation update. And then once it's done, it actually just calls this turn and passes in the direction. So if we were facing to the right, we're going to rotate to the left. And then once we're within that rotation value, it's just going to set you and then stop rotating. And then the opposite's true, going the other way. And that'll go to this version of turn. It just takes the current direction and flips it. So if whatever you're currently facing, we're just going to change it and then flip here. And then this one is the instant flip. It just internally checks whatever it currently is and then does the opposite. And then updates whatever it is. It's currently compiling. This machine compiles really slow. My laptop compiles right away. And it's so bizarre. Like how slow this machine compiles stuff. Like it's so much faster. You saw the animation was running faster. I mean, you never didn't see the laptops, you don't know, but it handles animation great because the graphics card's insane, but it just bottlenecks on compiling. You can see it's still trying to go. It says ready, but it's still ticking. You can see this here. Parallel executor to run 4 actions. And right here, it requested 1.5 gigs of memory per action. So 11.36 gigs available, and limiting max parallel actions to 7. Like, we're bottlenecking here. We should not be bottlenecking. Look at this. This is just insane. 12 physical cores, 24 logical. We're getting bottlenecked here. Like, this should not be happening. And the prices of RAM right now are just so stupid. For me to put the amount of RAM in here that I want, it would cost me $1,400. I don't want all that much. I just want 196 gigs of dual channel. That's all I want. 196 gigs of dual channel. But I want 4 sticks. I think it's half the price if I only get 2 sticks. I think it's like $900 if I get 2 sticks. The general rule with dual channel is it's 2 channels that are running. So you maximize those 2 channels. As I recall, if you want speed, 2 sticks. If you want capacity, 4 sticks. And I want to have 4 sticks because I want to have a little bit more on that capacity. It would be a little bit slower overall, but I don't think I would be able to perceive that it's slower. Okay, so let's see how jumping works. Jumping is fine here, and I can turn. Jumping, moving forward is fine. I don't know why he's flipping that way. I think I have to check jump move. But yeah, I can jump. No problem there. So can I jump and then wall jump? Yes. There was a bit of a hiccup there. I think that was because there's a yeah, on this machine, I am turning so much faster than the animation is actually releasing. So I'm gonna have to fix the frame rate. You have to cap it. Oh, that was weird. There's a bit of a hiccup there. There is a little bit of a hiccup on the wall because I stick to the wall a little bit. Oh, that was weird. You see that? That was a bit of a... Something's catching me. See that? As I'm entering fall from here, it's flipping me. So jump is good. Entering fall flips. And then when I land, it flips me. Why? let's go take a look at the animation itself. So let's open up animations. I can probably delete the left folder. I don't need it anymore. You can see all of them. Okay, so we're going to look at falling. So I have falling right and jump to fall to the right. Let's see this one. It looks fine. Stop being a jerk. I don't see it do anything weird here. Ugh, come here you. Let's open this one. We'll just slow you down. This is the transition from jump to fall. That looks fine. Huh. Let's take a look at some Cody code. All right, so on this control, jump turn seems like it's working. I just need to add an animation. I don't have an animation yet. So I can delete this one because that's good. Falling turn. I was just thinking if I need to bother because I'm running flip, but the answer is yes, because in any of the jumping states, if I'm in the jumping is moving up into the world. So if I'm in any of the jumping states, then I want to flip those because there'll be a specific animation that runs. So yes, I would want a separate one for when I'm falling, because that would need something. But do I do jumping to fall transition? Here, or do I do it here? I guess it ultimately depends on what the animation looks like. So I'll leave that alone for now. Let's just solve the flipping issue. Flipping issue. We have moving and stop moving. Those are working just fine. All right. Moving while falling works. If we were running and we stop running, we do this. Okay. So I see something that I did here that's a bit silly. Is I manually just changed the state instead of calling change state. I need to see if I did that because I'm stupid or if I did it because I had a reason. And there's a good chance I did it because I was stupid. So let me take a look at the falling state. Because doing this will not change the state. Changing state happens internally. So doing it here has no real meaning. So yeah, I'm just going to trust that I was dumb. I'm just going to call this one. this will be falling. But how do I get to the falling state anyway? So I am doing something that's a little bit kind of gross. When you're writing this, so Unreal encapsulates everything. If you're doing this in Unity, you can get away with a little bit more. Technically, you could just do all this on the player. You could have all the input and all of the state machine stuff on the player, and that wouldn't matter. Because this game is a single player game, I don't have to swap I don't have to swap between players. I can put it all in one character. So I still have that ability, but most of the things in Unreal are encapsulated. So the player controller is where all the logic is for handling input. Like all the functions and stuff are there for handling input. Now there is a player controller class that is on the character himself. So you can call it in both places and still have access to inputs. They allowed that option. But it's a lot cleaner to handle inputs in one environment, like in one bubble, and the actions of those inputs. So the inputs themselves are agnostic to the character that they're talking to. So that if you're playing Mortal Kombat, it doesn't matter if you pick Scorpion or Reptile or Sub-Zero, whatever you're pushing on the buttons, that is going to be the same thing no matter what character you have. And then anything specific, you do it on the character so that you're not rewriting the same code. So Smash Bros, because every character is the same, and there's like that. So there's the benefit of using the player controller. But you can do it on the character. Anyway, I got off the rails, off tangent. So on here, check wall edge. There was something I was going with that, and I'm tired and I forgot where I was going with it. Let's see, ledge grab. I could use a sprite. Does your phone do this where it just doesn't work? I want to throw it. I do. I just don't want to shell out $200 to get a new phone. But I need to get no response. So it's so annoying. I could get down and get a beverage, but I have a way of manifesting the beverage. It's just over there. It's funny. Tom said he's coming over. He might be watching the stream though and just saying he's gonna bug me. Oh yeah, I was gonna manifest a beverage. If only I had a spirit. You'll probably hear, oh, for in a minute. All right. Oh, that's what I was going to check. I was going to go to the actual state. Oh, which state machine am I using? I'm using... It would actually be easier to go from here. Anyway, so, yeah, so you want... What I was saying is... the way that I'm setting this up is it doesn't care what buttons I'm pushing. It just cares that the correct state is getting called so that it's uniform against different characters. Even though I don't really need that for this game. So when I said I'm doing something that's kind of gross, what I mean is I'm calling actions elsewhere to change states when that really should be handled here for most stuff. So I'm gonna jump in here. I need to take a look at, and why that is gross is a lot of times you want a single point of control as well as a single point of failure, so that when you go have to debug stuff, it's easier to track. In this case, because I have jumping being some states being set directly on jump, I also have certain things being set to transition into falling on the additional functions that run jump. So I have to go dig through the dirty code. All right, so jumping, that jumps to the right. Jumping works fine. Jump move calls. Jumping to the right. Which is okay. I think that's fine. I don't think there's any issue with it flipping for jump move. There might be an issue with him entering jump and then entering jump again. But I think I have a contingency for that. I should have a thing in place that just checks if the animation is the same animation, that it just runs at the whatever current frame it's at. So I should have a thing that avoids overlap. Jumping to fall. I do have a jumping to fall to the right that is being called. So that's not the issue. And then ledge. So these are not the problem. Jump to fall should transition to falling, yes. Jump move should I was going to say jump move should transition to falling. Yeah, because you push the button and he would move a little bit and then he would just... But I think I should create an independent animation for that. So he's... So it'd be happy if I have like an action figure. But we'll say like, this is our character. Let's see if I'm going to show up. This is our character. Let's say he tilts this way as he's moving while jumping. But maybe there's an animation where he should stay in this posture until you let go, and he should go back to falling. Maybe he should just stay in this. I don't know. But I don't think this is going to be the issue, though. I don't think that's what we're seeing. And this one goes to falling. So both of those, I think, are fine. Jumping itself is a looping... No, I take that back. Jumping does not loop. And you can see here, I actually left myself a note. Handling jump transition to fall and tick. again, like I said, there are some gross things that I'm doing. So because I'm handling this one in tick, there's a very good chance it's calling the old state, change state function. And the reason I'm handling jump in tick is, I don't know if you can see these illustrations with my hands, but when the character jumps, right, he's going to go like this in that jumping position and be moving upward, right? So I don't know, maybe his legs like this, right? He's moving upward. I'm just flipping the bird while I'm, in reverse. Sorry, but he jumps. He's moving upward. Well, the animation will naturally transition out of this into fall at the end of the animation, at the end of the number of frames, right? Um, so to avoid that, I'm having him stay in this position, and then when he starts moving in the downward position, transition into the fall. That's why it's on tick. Although while I was thinking about that, I probably should have a jump loop. I don't think I need it. I don't think I need it. I think it Unreal naturally gets to the end of the animation frame and holds if it's not looping. So I think that's okay. I think because otherwise crouching would be doing this the whole time. So I think that holds naturally. So yeah, so let's take a look at the tick function. So I don't need string. This is not something I care about. I don't need Unreal config. I can get rid of that. Let me see if Tom's actually coming over. He was probably just messing with me, but we'll see. I haven't heard him, so I assume he's not here. July 2nd, that's today, right? Yeah. He said at 9:18, he said, since you're not doing anything important, I'm going to go over there and beat on your door for a few minutes for no particular reason. Oh, here we go again. Yeah, so he's just trolling me. He's been watching the stream, I think. Okay. All right. So yeah, we're gonna go check the tick function. Tick 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 tickalodion. Bam. So on tick, I need to check. Boom, 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 boom. There's reset jump, handle, jump velocity. There we go. So my note, lazy checking if we hit the ground and whatever not. So there is a built-in character movement check for is falling. Yes, there's one built in, but I am running one, an independent one. Here's a fall timer. This is the thing that checks how long we've been falling for. This is used for determining if we've been falling long enough for it to be a heavy fall. Coyote time. So we're checking coyote time. Getting the state, checking for jumping, crouch jumping, jumping to falling, falling and falling moves. So we're checking any of these. And then we are looking to see if in this case, I'm checking if we're not in any of these states. But I'll worry about that later. The thing that really matters is the fact that we're calling the older version of the change state. So instead of passing in a direction, it's taking a direction, and that's probably what's causing my flip. So I'll just remove direction and allow it to be the default. And the same thing goes here. I'll remove this one. Like that. Same thing here. We're not using this version. We're not using this version. Fall timer gets reset. I can wrap this inside of a function called, falling or whatever. But it's fine. It existing openly inside of tick is fine. It's just not ideal. I will have to come back and double check these states for the transition to this. I'm just thinking about my node here, which is, set falling state if not already falling. So I'm trying to think of what other states I might be falling, what other situations I might be falling from. So I need to check the jump state itself. Handle jump and wall jump. We'll go to handle jump first. See if we transition to falling in here. I think I already checked these. Yeah, this is using the current version. That's using the current version. Wall jump. Wall jump has the old version. I will just take these out while I'm here. Even though I'm not using it, I'll just have it when I get there. All right, let's check it. I noticed that my delicious beverage has not manifested. I've got like a stack of cans up here. And while I appreciate that we don't have roaches, because I did leave these cans here, I do appreciate there's no roaches. But we do have an ant problem. So I know that the ant spray is working because there are no ants. It's always a good sign. I take it back. There is one ant. No ants on that one. So I'm going to go dump these and dispose of this one little ant. Let's see if I can do this without falling and or making a mess. So no Tommy Bromley, huh? No Tommy Bromley? Okay. I am back. I had to summon my own sprite because my summoning charm did not work. Fix my perch here. BT Dubs, Wielders of Aether is out and available. I don't know if it's easy, but you can grab this at Emerald City Comics and Games or Retro Rat. They have them. So yeah, comic is out. They're not available on Amazon, and they are not available. Actually, they're not available anywhere online as of yet. So if you want one, you'll have to do it local. I'm gonna be at Emerald City July 8th for a signing and chat. So if you guys want to come out and hang and see what's up, that's going to be July 18th. It's going to be a Saturday, noon to 2. So a couple hours in there. And we're going to do another one at the Imagine Museum on the 24th. So there's another option there. I did apply for the booth at Comic-Con, which I haven't heard back yet. So I have to follow up. Anyway, all right, game is running. Did it succeed in solving my problem? So no flipping there. Hey, no flipping there. Now, there is a bit of a... I saw it there. Did you see it? There's a little bit of a jitter where it looks like I'm entering fall twice, or entering jump twice. It's when I bounce. So from landing back to jumping. Yeah. Trying to track exactly when that's happening. So as soon as I hit landing, I hit jumping. You can see as I hit jumping, it tried to transition into idle. And then it looks like it transitioned back to jumping. And then it transitioned jump fall, and then it went back to falling. So you can see that little contradiction. Like, why would this one fire? That's weird. Any objections to just flipping him around? Oh, that's a bit weird. So I turned, and then if I try to quickly turn, say he tries to go in the other direction, it's because for a half a second he's still facing to the right. So look at direction there down here. Watch the direction. So as I'm gonna turn, See how it's still facing to the right, so. So if I turn and try to turn back very quickly, he goes that way a little bit. And I think that's happening because I'm technically still in idle turn. Yeah, I think I'm still in the turning animation. So it's so the turning is just out of sync with the timing. This controller is so jank, it's really difficult to get a clean left to right. That transition feels fine when it fires. You need to be really clean on the controller. That's why I like the the PlayStation controllers. So this thing is just a single block. It's real easy to hit diagonal when you don't want to. I like the PlayStation controllers because it's not a single block like that. It's a little cross, and you have to actually intentionally go diagonal. But it's fine. It just makes testing this harder. Like I have to put both fingers on the controller and try. Even when I do that, it's very easy to do whatever. Keyboard's a lot easier. I'll just do keyboard. Yeah, that's smoother. That's so smooth. I like that. Good. I probably need to dip his shoulder the other way though, because he's doing this. He's like instead of doing like a. So I probably need to dip that shoulder the other way. Because on the turn, you can see he's kind of leaned back opposite of the direction he's turning. He's kind of leaned that way. Whereas if you're, I get it, if you had the momentum, you probably would be a little off balance. I think it would look better if he leaned into it versus leaning out of it. But it's fine. It's not a big deal. There was one of those moments. All right, so jump, move, and I tried to move the other way. Okay, so when I'm in the falling, I can't turn yet. So I haven't set up fall turn. Right? We haven't done that yet. So all those are looking good. Let's go hook up fall turn. We on state controller. Okay. Oh, all right, let's take this. Fall turn. Okay, if we are falling and we're in fall move, I still haven't decided if I want jumping to fall or fall, but this is a transition state, so I think it's okay up there. And then I want the same controls, so I'm going to steal this control bit here. I really gotta get another mouse because the double clicking mouse is really annoying. I've had this mouse for a couple years and it's just kind of worn out. Now I do have a thing where I'm checking to see if I'm not holding the button. I think I did that to prevent flipping. Like if you sit there and hold both buttons, the character would just do this. I think I put that there to prevent flipping. I'll show you why in a moment, but I'll take a peek at this. All right, so if we're falling, or that one, and we're facing right and pressing left, or we're facing left and pressing right, then we're going to do this one, and we want to do it using the new one. Okay. Tell you, this one is just really slow. It blows my mind. Like, why this machine is so much slower at compiling. My laptop is way faster. I think my laptop is running 32 gigs of DDR4. I think it's DDR4. This one is running 64 gigs of DDR5. Dual channel. I don't know if the laptop's dual channel. I think the laptop might be. Oh. Okay, game looks like it's up and running. Take a peek. What do we got? Helps if I click into here. So jump in there. I didn't tell it to use the turning animation. But let's see what happens if I hit both of these keys. There we go. So here I have both keys hit at the same time. You can see he just kind of does this flipping thing. This isn't as dramatic as you might see in some other games, but that way you can't just spam it. You know what I mean? But that's what that prevention is for. But that's how I ended up testing this. You know, I just hold both keys. Okay, so I can close that. I have this transitioning in the falling, but I think I have a falling turn state. So let's go to the state machine here. L state machine. Actually, I would just do it through here. Thank you. It's just faster. And then from here, falling. Nope, I don't have a falling turn. I have a falling move. No falling turn. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a falling turn and not actually call anything on it. I'll do this for falling as well, or for jumping as well. So let's go ahead and add those states in here. Let's go back up to my list. Dashing, running, flying. I don't have a flying turn yet, but I'm not on flying anyway. Move. Let's do jumping wall. I'll do that after that. I'll do jumping turn. And then falling, move, falling, turn. Because I will probably have animations for these at some point. So falling move, I'll just copy this. Pop this in here. Now, I did notice something a little bit ago, which is if I don't specify a state to transition to, sometimes I get jitter. So I'm gonna eventually go through and add it, even for states that are going to be looping, that I should add a transition state for it. So in this case, falling should have a transition state, which would probably be idle. And we need to tell this not to, and I'll show you the reason why. So this whole transition setup down at the bottom. So if I come down here, and like when you're writing, I don't know about you, when I write code, it takes me a while to write it because I try to think of all the different possibilities or issues that I might run into by doing that thing, which is BS. You really can't foresee all those, but I try to foresee as much as I can before going a certain way so that I don't have to change it so much later. It's an impossible task, but I tried anyway. So when I wrote this and I planned out this state machine, I wrote it this way, going, okay, I'll handle it, blah, 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 blah. And on the states that are looping, I don't need to check any of that stuff because it's looping. I don't have to transition into anything. But here's the thing. So down here, I do a quick check for animations, yada, yada, yada. All these calls, that works fine. But down here, I have an update state. And then my update state, and actually I may have more than one, but in the update state, I think this is redundant. I don't think cancel state works. You can see I left myself a note about cancel state because I was going to add it. I added this to kind of help to help debug the issue that I was having with animations popping at certain points when they shouldn't pop. So I can probably remove this. But anyway, it comes and it checks to see if the animation is started. And if the animation currently is alive. So those two things have to be checked. Probably should check the other order, but whatever. If the animation has started, that means it's not looping. And then this is going to run, right? And it's going to check the timing and then do a transition state. And that's all fine, right? Well, I happen to have a separate variable for whether or not it's looping, and it's not tied to whether or not the animation is started. Those two are independent checks that I wasn't checking, right? They're two separate things. I wrote it, didn't think about it. Here they are. One's looping, animation started, right? So it's not looping, but we're starting the animation. Cool. I really should make this one simple bool. That way I don't have to check both. I made this one internal because I was checking it down here. Right down here. These should loop. That's why it's separate, because this runs for this. B is looping. That's why it's separate, right? But if it's looping, then I don't need to update it separately. So I can, having thought about it, more thoroughly, I can have one variable. So at some point, you need to go back and change these. But because of that, when I was leaving this off for looping animations, for example, any of them that I'm going to run across, if it is an animation that does loop, I wasn't adding that bit on, which means that it inherited whatever animation started condition and whatever transition state the previous state had, which led to some popping in certain situations when the transition did happen from one state to another. So here's one that doesn't have it, right? Falling move. This should be falling turn. And whatever. So yeah. So this one, falling, we are looping, and we are not, the animation is not started. So I'll say false. But again, I really should go through and consolidate these two. And idle, because falling should transition to idle in the event that falling ends. There should be a transition to idle. But actually, falling should transition to landing. So landing. However, falling should not just transition to landing. It should transition to landing if the velocity is below a certain amount. So I really need to come back and update this. I'm here, so in this case, if I get character movement, velocity z. No. It wasn't velocity z. I was doing it based on timing. It is. I'm looking ahead to see what would happen, and the answer is change state is a singleton, so it gets called once. Per instance, one time you push a button. So this will not get checked again. doing this check here really only matters if you have been falling for a certain amount of time. And it really doesn't know how, this state has no way of knowing how much time you've been falling for. So I think landing is the safest transition state. But I can anticipate, I can see, because I've had issues with my transitions, that I should have an accountability for the event that it could be the other one. So maybe do an alternate transition state. Have at least two. I could make an array of transition states and clear it. So every time you call, every time we enter a state, we clear whatever the transition states are, set them in a list, and then grab them if we need them. That could be, but then it just kind of gets muddled, because then how do you know which one to grab? At the time, you have to grab the specific index of it, and it makes it a lot harder to track. So I think this is okay. Sorry, future self. There we go. Left myself a note. Falling move. Again, falling move. This one loops. Yeah, falling is looping. That's true. We do not need to do the animation started. Again, I need to consolidate that. So falling move could have a couple transitions out of this. Again, this is why I could have more than one transition state. So falling move could be either falling, it could transition back to falling, or it could transition into landing. Which one? Making sure there's no ants. Idle would be bad, so let's not do idle. Okay, and then for falling, this is falling turn. I don't have an animation for it, so we'll just call whatever we got. Falling turn should transition back to falling. And I think, you know, falling move, maybe it should naturally transition back to falling. And then, kind of go back. This doesn't really matter as much because the state gets overridden. It's just which one's the cleanest one in the event that it fires. I might end up doing the thing where I make a list, but I can see that being a problem. Again, because how do you know when to call the alternate? Yeah. I'd have to have a thing that checks the condition for each one. But it's fine. So looping, no. The other thing I need to do would be for jumping, which I think I did that above falling. So jumping, there's running turn, running. By the way, when you set up an enum, and then you have a switch case that you're switching from with the enum with, it doesn't really matter the order you call these in. But for the sake of my own sanity, I try to call them in the same order that they're laid out. I don't have a flying or swimming state. Jumping is coming after running. So let me go look. Again, it doesn't really matter, but there's dashing. There's running. There's running turn. Running stop. And then I have falling. Right? But all of my jumping states happen before falling. Right? But I wrote all my jumping states afterward. It doesn't matter. It's okay. It'll still work without any real issues. It's just, it bothers me. Why does that bother me? These are way out of order. Oh, oh, why did I do this to myself? Okay, wait. Hold up, wait a minute. Where is it? Where are dems? Dashing to running, dashing, walking, more walking, walking start. There's, okay, flying is here. Ledge climb, jump to falling. Okay, here's jump to falling. It's out of order. It doesn't matter. As The Rock said, it doesn't matter what your name is. Do I fix it? Can you live with it? Can I live with it? Now for falling, I did set the trend, or for jumping, I did set the transition and said, hey, I'm handling this elsewhere. So here's what I'll do. I will reactivate these. We are not looping on this one, but we are not doing this. False, not falling. Thank you. Jumping move. Here, let me go ahead and get jumping. There's jumping move. I'll do the same thing here. Again, I think this will help prevent some of the popping. Jump falling. Interesting. This one I left on. Jump falling should... Nope, that's true. This transition should transition. Okay. That is literally its transition. Yeah. Because this gets called on tick at that time, and then this will run, and then it'll exit into falling naturally. So this is fine for that one. Look, just because I wrote the code doesn't mean I know what it does. Jumping turn. I let my students for that all the time. Like, you wrote this, you know what it does. Like, I just push buttons. How goes it? I'm not entirely Saitama. Although the funny thing about that is Selden, before One Punch Man came out, because I wrote The Guardians, Wielders of Aether. I wrote that, I think, I don't know, 10 years before One Punch Man came out. And Selden was, was bald. And then One Punch Man came out, and I'm like, okay, now I can't have him bald anymore. So I had to come up with a hairstyle for him. But he's still bald. I just haven't made the hair for him. But I have to put a hairstyle on him to avoid people being like, oh, you're just copying One Punch Man. I was like, I made him before One Punch Man, but it's fine. Does it? Nice. So how's your evening going? All right, jumping turn. For now, we're doing... this isn't looping. Jumping turn should transition back into jumping. Gojo Pro Blue. All right, save your question. There were two men going on a bike, and one was bald. And what direction his hair was. I'm not sure how to answer your question. Now you got me pondering. All right, so jump turn. I think I'll leave the transition for falling. And I'll leave this off. I'll let this be handled by tick, as I have the instruction here. No looping. Ask AI. Okay. I think what... So I have two options. I can have instantaneous turn, or I can lazy rotate. It might be fine to just lazy rotate. We could do that. Here, we'll do turn. Let's set B is turning to true, and then so it is an Unreal Engine, but I am writing it from mostly scratch. So I'm not writing the game engine. The game engine exists, so I don't have to write all the graphic logic and all the shader logic. But I am writing the gameplay, the animation, all that stuff. All right, so if we're turning, then I can also set turn rate. So how fast we want to turn here. I want it to be pretty quick. Let's do... that is... yeah, a little bit. So the issue is I'm using an overlay, the camera overlay for the background, and I'm doing a removal of my background because I have the green screen. But because my light is not bright enough and my green screen is not, it's not flat enough, it's too dark. The chroma key is trying to remove the green screen, but it's the wrong, color data. So it's getting a little bit of me in that removal. So the after effect is all right. So turn rate, I'll do 20. We'll see if that's too fast or too slow. And I'll do the same thing in... What was I doing? Falling turn? So let me go down to falling turn. I've been coding a while. Let's see. Started in my 20s, so probably about 20 years. That doesn't mean I'm any good at it. Just because I've been doing it for a long time doesn't mean I'm good at it. I've just been doing it for a long time. I've been fumbling through it for about 20 years. Yeah, right? Falling move, falling turn. And I'll get turn. And we'll use the same... Oh, I copied the same thing. Don't be a copy paster. Okay. So we'll give this a run and see... I'm gonna do a lazy turn and see how that goes. Same transition. Are you asking what kind of advice would I give someone in that position? Don't start programming. Yeah. Especially now with AI being able to do it all for you. There's no point. It's a rabbit hole. If you enjoy puzzles, if you enjoy logic, um, it's fun. It depends on how deep of a rabbit hole you want to go, because what I'm doing here with this, anything like C++, Java, JavaScript, um, it's the worst advice. Um, pretty much these are all higher level languages. So a high level language is basically any programming language that you can basically use natural speech to write. So, like my variable name here, transition state, following, all that stuff. Those are like higher level languages. The stuff that makes this, so this is running on top of, like assembly and, lower level languages. So you can go all the way down into, shifting, the electronic bits over if you really wanted to get into that rabbit hole. And it really depends on how far down the rabbit hole you want to go, because there's just so much when it comes to programming. And there are so many other languages, a buddy of mine has 15 or 20 different programming languages that he's had to learn and write because of his job. So it can be pretty interesting. These days he just uses AI. Like he's like I don't even remember how to code. I just manage the AI. He's like, I have like 3 or 4 AI agents running, and I just make sure they don't do something stupid. He's like, but if you were to ask me to write this by hand, I couldn't do it anymore. I'm like, so there's that. With the rise of AI, if you use it as a tool, you're probably okay. If you use it as a replacement for your knowledge, you're going to atrophy. So that's going to be the bit of a danger. But the whole scare that AI is going to take your job, while there's some truth to that, so there are a lot of tech jobs that are being, replaced by AI. A lot of these companies are realizing that they still need developers when something breaks, because AI is stupid. It's really good at it's a language assembler, basically. It's really good at assembling language. It's not really good at thinking. You still need people to do that. So I think we still have a lot of job opportunities. And IBM, for example, like they laid off a bunch of people, when AI hit. But this year, 2026, they started hiring entry-level developers again because their senior developers were retiring, and they're like, oh, we need people to maintain the infrastructure, and we don't have anybody. So they started hiring people back. So I think we're going to start to see a resurgence in tech jobs becoming available. I guess the AI bubble is going to burst a little bit. So you're probably okay learning programming. If it's really something you want to do, more power to you. But right now, as it is, the market is a bit tough getting a job doing programming. Just because a lot of people are like, oh, I'll just have the AI do it. But again, I think that bubble is going to burst. We're seeing that with IBM and some other companies. So, all right. So can I turn? Yes. All right. So fall turn. I'm not entering fall turn. I forgot to actually tell it to do that. If you've seen the movie The Fly, there's a great moment where Seth Brundle, the character played by Jeff Goldblum, before Jeff Goldblum would Jeff Goldblum on everything. I love Jeff Goldblum; he's amazing, but he's become a caricature unto himself. He had a great little bit of wisdom that he imparted, So you played a character that you're in a full stack role. That's pretty cool. Yeah, buddy of mine's in the same boat. He's stuck. He's having a hard time. Um, I recommended to him, like, if you really want to grab something that'll probably be a guarantee hire, it might not be the job you want, is Ravature. I think it's Ravature. Ravature. They're based in Tampa, but I think they have a few other locations. They're a boot camp kind of dealio, but they get you jobs. The caveat is you sign a 2-year contract, so you're locked in with them for 2 years. You can't try to get hired anywhere else other than what they put you in. So it could be the crappiest programming job ever. It's where they need you. Ravature. Ravature. That I'm not sure of. There may be remote opportunities. I'm not sure. But they do onboarding. They basically you do a coding test to see where your level is, and then they say, okay, you need training for this, and then they put you in that training bubble. They train you for 8 weeks, and then they put you in a job because they want to make their money off of you. So there's that. But again, you're locked in contract with them for 2 years. So if you break contract, you owe them money. But it's work. Might not be the best work, but it's work, especially in this market. And right now, the last time I looked at their website, they were training people to not just program, but how to program with AI utilities so that you can be current in the current AI bubble, which is good. But, there's a caveat to everything. Um, it's been a while since I looked at them. So I don't know if they're charging a fee now. But last time I looked, that was part of the contract. So you don't have to pay anything as long as you don't break contract with them. But I don't know if that's still true. You'd have to look. Yeah. Another option is if you have enough certifications. I'm not sure if you have certifications or if you have like a degree, but you can always do teaching. You can teach programming. It doesn't pay nearly as much as a full stack developer. You're not making $100,000 a year. You're making like 40, but you're not starving. So like I teach video game design. I don't make anywhere near as much as I would make if I were a senior dev at Blizzard. Sorry, bit of a joke there. But the plus side is I get 2 months off in the summer to work on my own stuff. I'm not contractually obligated to, I don't have any NDAs. I work on my own stuff. And I can do freelance on Upwork, which is another way of just adding on some stuff. So teaching's an option. You can build Udemy courses. That's an option. I'm trying to think of another one of those things that you can build courses for that they'll pay you. That's not Udemy. Khan Academy, I think you can make lessons for them. Oh. those are options. And anyway, so falling, I wanted to get to these states. And then falling turn. There it is. I mean, technically, I am a full stack developer, you know, because I'm doing both the back end and the front end. So that technically is full stack. You know, game design is, like, I'm not doing web design, you know, but app development is very much full stack if you think about it that way, because I'm doing back end and front end. So I'm I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. All right, so I need to do this jumping turn. I need to call jump turn here. All right, this is gonna be jumping turn. Anyway, I was saying about Brundle, Seth Brundle. He had a great little bit of wisdom, which is computers are dumb. They only know what you tell them. Okay, I think both of those are good. Yeah, but the it's I think it's called Ravature. Um, I don't know. I'm doing this very bad Metroidvania. I've got some other projects like I've got a real-time strategy game that I'm building. I mean, I've got a comic book. Made a comic book. Yeah. All right, so we're doing. So there's lazy turn. Although when I am in, those are all pushing me into falling turn. See that? So I think I have an overlapping situation where that state call is. So jump, fall, jumping to fall, falling, landing. But then if I turn, there are a lot of overlapping calls there. Look at that. So jumping turn got called, and then it immediately put me into falling. I think so. I don't know for sure. I don't know if this is happening because we're at the apex of the jump and we're transitioning down into fall, or if the update state is calling that. So let me take a peek back in here. So for what would I do to get a developer to fall in love? I don't know. I guess it depends on really what they want. For games dev stuff, I've done a bunch of different things. You know, for a client, he wanted me to remake Monkey Ball, so I did that. Oh, wait. Falling Turn. Falling Turn should not be... no, Falling Turn should not loop, so false. And then at the end of that, transition state should be falling, but I think I'm gonna allow tick to take over. So maybe. So I'll put my little note there. Scroll up to find my note. I'll just make one. It doesn't matter. Falling Turn. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna ask for money, but that's one of those questions you can ask: is how does it work? You know, they're gonna have more information than I can give you, but it's a shotgun, you know, in the dark, right? Or shot in the dark. Yeah. My brain doesn't work half the time. Transition handled in tick. Yeah, because this one's off. Yeah. I gotta go to falling move. This is another one that I don't know that I need it to loop. But I haven't built the animation for it. But this one is currently running falling. Yeah, I get it. I wish I had a better answer for you in the tech space. I don't. I mean, other than doing like a teaching job. But even that's going to take some time. This would be the time to apply though, because this is when this is where they do their hiring. So you could go on your state's education board site, create an account. They'll have a way of doing that if that's an interest to you. And there'll be some vetting and some tests and stuff to, you know, make sure that's all good. But it doesn't pay as much as being a real developer. You could do, if you didn't want to teach, you could do IT stuff for government. You can also do the IT stuff for schools, but that it doesn't pay anywhere near as much. A lot of the techs at the school are making about $30,000 a year. Yeah, it's a splash in the pan to what you would make as a developer in the real world. But if you need faster money, that might be the option. Something that's slightly more stable, because you know they're not going to let you go as likely. They're desperate. They want to keep people on. Yeah, but they don't know that. You know, the schools don't. When they're hiring for these positions, they want to get somebody who is experience just enough to get the job done. They don't really care, you know. Like for a teaching position, you can literally get hired to teach something that you have no experience in, and you can teach it for a year, and they'll tell you to just learn enough of the material so that you don't look stupid in front of the kids. So you read up on a couple chapters ahead of whatever you're teaching, so that when kids ask you about the lesson, you can answer the question. Like that's literally the job. Um, I wish it was better than that, but that's literally the job. Um, but then you have to, if you teach, you have to deal with parents. Could always do the job that nobody wants. Um, there's labor jobs aren't really going anywhere. Construction sucks. Nobody wants to work outside, but construction's not going anywhere. Electrician's not going anywhere. Plumber, welder, those aren't going anywhere. They pay well. A lot of those you need to get apprenticed into. That's going to be the tricky part. Uh, if you don't mind driving, truck driver. Because that's not going anywhere. Yeah, they haven't transitioned to automated trucks. I mean, that might be coming, but they haven't done that yet. I got to figure out why this bottlenecks. For which job? If you're young enough, you can go into the armed forces. I wish I could say that, you'll have free room and board, but uh, they actually charge you rent on base. It comes out of your check. Your meals come out of your check. Uh, yeah, what is bottlenecking this thing? 24. As my dad would say, you're still pooping yellow. Your brain's not fully developed until 28. Long-term decision planning doesn't really solidify until about 30. Unless life experience happened enough to where you had to do that sort of thing. But for most people, it doesn't really solidify until your 30s. Why is Um, I appreciate that, but I'm in my 40s. Yeah, I'm old. Maybe I would say I'm old now. So drive E is bottlenecking, but I don't know why it would. Wait, is this running on drive E? It should not be. This should be running. I wonder if my bottleneck is that this is on that older hard drive. Oh, I might have to move the project over. All right, let's see what's going on with this thing. Well, that was a bit of a pop. Yeah, a little on the 4.0 side. I am almost the inverse of your age. Yeah, 91%. Yeah, I saw. I'm still hitting multiple calls on that. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. If only my intelligence would go, you know, I think I'm getting dumber, but let's see what stupid thing I'm doing now. Okay, so that one takes into jump turn. This one goes into falling turn. Maybe overlapping, but I don't think so. Yeah. If then either of these, flip. I'm gonna run it, and I'm just gonna watch where it goes. I think what's happening, just as I'm looking at this, because I'm dumb. Um, so if I'm falling, or I'm in falling move, and I press the button, it's going to put me in the falling turn. But falling turn exits back into, where is that? Yeah, so falling move will return back into falling, and falling turn returns back into falling. I think that's my issue, is it's going in and then being allowed to loop back on itself. Could tell it to, oh, wow, that's funny. You see the jitter over here? So that's happening because of the little numbers. As that number is adjusting, it's auto expanding to size to fit. I should just cap it. Anyway, it's not super important. It's just a thing. All right, so if I turn, so the one that fired is jump turn. Okay, cool. But then this was allowed to fire. Because in both cases, well, but that shouldn't. It says my current state is falling at this point. I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna watch. Okay, so that one happened on falling. And it looks like it happened again on falling. So it entered and looped back on itself on that one. Let's go and follow into here. Let's continue on. All right, so a jumping turn. We don't care about that. Even you don't have that much hair. I did get lucky. My dad had the male pattern baldness like right up here, so he had the sides, but in the middle it was all gone. And he got bald up here, and it kind of ate away actually. So here, and it kind of radiated out, and then like, I got lucky. The back of my head is still pretty good. Mine is slowly going this way. It's slowly creeping away back. So my hairline is receding, but I'm not getting the bald top so far. So I think I got my uncle's hair. Well, there's a long story for that. Really, the short story is my uncle and my mom had a thing going on, but it's funny. Yep. Forehead a bit big, yeah. Forehead is a bit on the big side. Transition state is set to falling. But my current state should still be on this frame. It's still in jumping turn. We're on the same frame, so I'm going to go and check all the way down here. Let's see if any of this kicks. Stay active. I don't feel any different between 40 and 20. No. I'm a little more cautious with impact, but I blew my knee out when I was 28 doing something stupid. So I kind of have trauma when it comes to jumping off of stuff, but really I don't feel any different. I still exercise. I still go out and I run. It does take a little bit longer to heal. A little bit. But physically and mentally, I feel fine. Did I become what I wanted to become? Yes and no. I wanted to be a game developer. When I was in 6th grade, I wanted to be a game developer. And my 6th grade math teacher said that would never happen. So, I mean, here I am. But but I'm not like a big success. You know, I've got a game out, you know, on mobile. I've got a couple games in the works. I'm making them. There's not really, yeah, right. So I'm doing it, but I also write. So I've written a couple books. I've written a comic book. I do these little projects. There are no major complaints. So I'm not super wealthy, but I'm not. Oh, thank you. I'm not super wealthy, right? Because I'm a teacher, but I'm not starving. I'm comfortable. So I'm very fortunate in that. I appreciate it. If you're local in the St. Pete, Tampa Bay area, I'm gonna be doing the comic book signing at Emerald City coming up July 18th. Shameless plug there. But yeah. All right, so I'm gonna hit continue and see. This is the next state, right? So this is the next stage. Let's go and hit in. Velocity has hit here. So I probably should add to this little state list if we're not fall turning, just to prevent it from looping back on itself here. I think I need to do that. Because the next thing it's going to do is change states because we did enter here. Let's see. Oh, I don't want to go there. Does it enter? It does enter, yes. So that would hit that, and then we would end up repeating back on itself. Just a little far. If you want to try my very bad RTS game, you can go to Lame Duck Studios on itch.io and you can try it. Yeah, a little bit. And I don't really have insomnia right now. No. My natural awake cycle is like through to about 3 a.m. Like I'm awake throughout the day, but I sleep till about 11 a.m. and then I'm awake until about 3 a.m. That's my natural rhythm when I'm not working. I try to say for like the first like week or two, I try to force myself to go to bed at like 11 and so I can get up at like 6 and be productive. Because I'm most productive when I just wake up. But that's for writing. For coding, night owl is really the way it goes. Supernatural stuff. You sleep at 2 a.m. Yeah, that makes sense. So I can say, you can always say yes to that. We've had some weird things growing up. And let's see, jumping, falling. I'm gonna say, hey, if we're not currently in jump turn, like I said, I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. This one should be falling turn. Okay, I think that would be good there. And then if I am in, I'll think about this one in a minute, but I'll test these. So we've had some experiences, like when we were a lot younger, we believed in spirit guides. We believed in a lot of that stuff. We tried all kinds of things, and we had like a buddy of mine had a spirit guide, and it took us to its grave. When you're younger and you're more receptive to this kind of stuff, it seems like it's real. It seems like it's happening. As you get older and you get kind of jaded, so you're like, I don't know if that was really a thing. Did we just imagine this whole thing? Was it all in our heads? Because a lot of times when we had like spirit guides talking to us, you kind of feel like it's BS. Like you're just making stuff up in your head. But then you have some things that are kind of freaky. So like one that I share a lot with a lot of times because it was really interesting, but also kind of freaky, is I fell down a waterfall when I was in Vermont, and I lost my glasses in the bottom of the waterfall somewhere. I didn't get hurt, it was a short waterfall, only about like 12 feet, and I missed. It was actually stacked a couple layers, but I missed all the different shelves. I just went clean over and then into the bottom of the pool. So I missed all of the shelves. Um, I don't have any children. I've got my kids are the kids in the classroom, so I teach them game design, I teach them programming and stuff. But yeah, so I fell over the waterfall, and it's really when you're in that moment, because we were gonna cross the stream. We were crossing a stream to get to a boulder. The stream was like 30 feet wide. It was only like a foot deep, so we were gonna cross, but it was all bedrock. But it was very slippery. So when we went to walk, the current was enough that it pulled my feet, and we were close enough to the edge, so it just kind of flushed me down. And I had enough time to. My buddy says that it's all in my head. I'm full of crap. I'm like, look, I landed face down. I face planted into the water. I had enough time to sit up, turn around, realize my glasses had come off, and and I'm going over the edge, and I'm thinking as I'm going over that I'm gonna break my legs. I need to brace for the fall, and I made sure to have my feet down so that I didn't hit anything else, because I was expecting some sort of damage, and the thing that could be damaged that would be not life threatening would be my legs. So I was prepared because it was all jagged rocks down below. So all this going through my head as I'm going over. And he's like, oh, no, you're full of crap. You don't have enough time to think about that. But everything stopped. Everything stopped. I had time to process all these next steps in anticipation of the thing coming. So I'm like, I most certainly had plenty of time. It's really freaky how the mind works. So a little bit of trauma, yeah. So I fell over. Oh, this thing's still compiling. So I fell over the thing. I actually did not get hurt from falling in this thing. I was very fortunate. The water was deep enough that I did not, get hurt. The pool was about 3.5 feet or so at the bottom. I think 4 feet at its deepest, but I think where I hit was about 3 feet, but enough that I was fine. But I lost my eyeballs. I lost my glasses, so I couldn't see what I was doing. And we went there. We tried different things to try to find the glasses. We threw. We bought a couple pairs of dollar glasses and spray painted them orange and threw them in to see where they would land, and whatever. That didn't work. So I'm out there, and I'm not like a Christian or anything, but I'm like, all right, I'm gonna cash in on a prayer. I need some help. And I'm in the middle of the bottom of this pool. Waterfalls, ahead of me. I'm in, it's like a 30-foot wide, little pool of, at the bottom. I step on like a stick, and the water's cold, and I went to reach for the stick, and I hear in my head, like when we did the like the spirit guides, we always kind of felt like that was BS, but this felt like it was not me making it up. It felt like it was actually like a sound in my head, but I was hearing it. But I was hearing it inside my head. It's a weird feeling, and it said, "Forget about the stick. Put your head under the water and look forward." And I was like, "No, it's cold." And it said, "Just do it." And I said, "Okay." So I put my face under the water, and I said, "I don't see anything." I'm under the water, I can't actually say anything, but I'm thinking I don't see anything. And it says, "Get closer." And I get a little bit closer, and I saw something shiny. I reached for it, and it was my glasses. So that was that's true. That happened. I don't know if I heard anything. I don't know if I made it all up in my head, but that was pretty freaky. So yeah, there's a supernatural moment for you. We had other little things growing up, little moments of foresight, some clairvoyance, little feelings of prediction. But the most profound thing was that waterfall thing. And then my buddy's spirit guide thing. That was, for him, it was a spirit guide. For me, it was that. I don't know. I don't know if they do or not. Oh, I'm still watching this value. Let me hit continue. I think I'm watching the other value as well, so let's turn this one off and that one off. Hit continue. Oh, that's funny. I got stuck. All right, so it doesn't look like it's looping back anymore. So jumping turn is good, but I'm not transitioning into falling. Let me check from falling. So there's a transition here. Why not break the files up? I mean, they are broken up. All right, so this is just the character state machine. So fall and move works here. fall move works there. Although when I transition over, if I transition short, it cancels the jump. I want to be able to turn despite going up. I would like the up travel to still be a thing. See how up travel got canceled? So yeah, I gotta work on that. So why not break it up so the controls are encapsulated into their own thing. The character is on his own thing, but the character state machine is all there. But it's really not 3,000 lines of code. I got a bunch of stuff in there that is garbage that I'm not using, but I've rewritten functions different ways to try different things to get the movement the way that I want it to go. I'm really picky on how I want this to behave. So there's some stuff in there that I just haven't removed. All right, let's yeah, so as I'm when would I want to enter fall? I might make an animation at some point for that. Let's go up here. Oh, that got buggy. Okay, so yeah, so if I'm in fall turn, or if I'm in jumping turn. So for those, I think I'll have it transition out at the end of the animation itself. Instead of it being handled in tick. Yeah, it's a 3D platformer. Metroidvania. But I want to get the movement down before I do anything else. There's going to be a little bit of combat. So if you remember Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero, it was a platformer, but you had some martial art combat. So I want to mix a little bit of that into here. But have platforming. Well, I keep getting hooked there. I don't know what I'm hitting, but I'm hitting something that's shortening my fall there. All right, so when do I want to go back into falling? Crouching, turn cancel, yes, turn cancel does. Yeah, okay, so that needs to be there, okay. I could have it checked to see, check B is turning. This is like the messiest program ever. Let's see. I could check, instead of checking the specific state, it could just check the turning condition. Because the turning condition will exit, and then it's fine to transition out. Because there are a number of situations where turning's going to be a thing, but not all of them. That's the other issue, is not all of them use that B as turn check. Some of them are instantaneous. Instantaneous turns don't use it. Let me knock these two out, and I'll check. Seriously. Yeah, this part of the jumping cycle is on tick, just because I want that jump to transition at the apex, and it's easier to check that at the height. The state machine change state isn't checked every frame; it's only checked on. Appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out and chatting. Good luck. Hope you can find some work, and have a good night. But yeah, so again, this is being checked on tick at the apex. Yeah, okay. So it's not even there yet. Oh. Let me check this thing. Yeah, so this project is stored on the E drive, which is a SATA. So that's why it's taken forever, is it's on that old hard drive. I could move the project to C drive. It's an NVMe. I may change its location just to speed it up. Yeah. E drive is a WD black, but it's a little older. Still though, Where's the rest of the RAM going? Mm, 81% is in Visual Studio. Come on, you. Slowest compile ever. All right, here we go. Interesting. Super jump is on. I mean, I could take all state information out and just leave the turning function in there. Yeah, but I entered jump turn a couple times. Why broken? So same problem with, look at how many calls I get into jump turn. I want to prevent, you know, this kind of thing. If I can. But I may have to break it up into 2 separate events. So on here, this didn't work, by the way. I wonder why turning short cancels the jump. It shouldn't. And this doesn't seem like it matters. And that doesn't seem like it matters here. I'm not calling stop jumping, right? Stop jumping gets... Yeah, I haven't set up a button for it yet. I don't think it's necessary to uncrouch before jumping, so we can take that out. That one's fine. Reset wall jump, yes. Stop jumping, I think, is where reset jump occurred. Let's go back up. Really? You're gonna slowly go? Alright, I will navigate there manually. Single punch. Walking, falling. Oh, what did I do for falling? Hold on a second. Same deal. Climb up wall. Uncling from wall. Those aren't set up yet. I don't know that this is necessary because this happens automatically on the keys update. So I probably don't have to call this here. hmm. Slow fall. I think we can do that one just later. What's going on here then? If I press the button, so if jump is pressed and not held, we can enter the jump state. I have to specify not held because holding is for slow fall. So we enter jump state. We can enter jump from any of these, although I think I might change this to, if we're not jumping, just jump. But there are some states that I wouldn't want necessarily jump out of, but I do want to have fast cancel, so I may end up allowing it. But then again, there's jumping while crouching. If we are falling or in fall move, we can check the wall. If the jump button's not consumed, then we can wall jump. Consume it. All right. All right, so we want to do jump turn from jumping move. So jumping, jumping move, jumping falling, or wall jumping, or crouch jump. So we can turn in any of these. I would hate to have to call this twice, but I may have to. Because the condition well, I shouldn't have to really worry about that because it should, when it turns me, it should take me out of that state. So I shouldn't have to worry about entering it twice. Yet I do enter it twice. Why does it let me enter it twice? Also, I'm going to do a quick thing. Hold on. 1 second. It's just one of those things that bugs me. I hate to do that. I like the fact that it's stored where it's stored, but I wanted to keep C drive lighter. Let's see what other. Yeah, storage is. I'm gonna have to set. I think I have enough room for another NVMe, so I may have to add an NVMe. For more speedy storage. Or replace it overall with a larger storage. because it's 2 terabyte. It's almost full. I got 128 gigs left. And yeah, because I have a 4 terabyte for programs. I think I'll just do that. I think that might be a tomorrow project. I think I have a SATA to NVMe converter. That would be a lot faster. All right, so okay, let's go ahead and fire that back up then. I was gonna look into moving it now to speed it up, but that's gonna be a tomorrow project. Assuming I can even get it. Is tomorrow the 3rd? Okay. I'm gonna say if it's the 4th, it'll make shopping harder. Let's put this back up. All right. That is puzzling. Why am I able to enter this state multiple times? Let's see. If I'm in any of these states, I may just have some overlap. Well, I don't think I'm getting overlap because when I'm looking, I'm seeing jumping going directly into jump turn and just repeating. It's not like I went into jumping and then jump move or jump fall and then back into. Well, let's just watch it again. I will watch this response. Mm. Mm. It's everything that you're not supposed to do, period. Mm. 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 It's everything that we're told you're not supposed to do as a writer. It's 98% telling. It's a lot of and then. I think some of the other gripes. I think those my main ones. It's just a lot of and then. Um, all right. so I hit it. We are changing our state. I should probably read the current state. My current state is jumping. Right, so we'll enter. Let's go down to that condition. Jump turn. We're back here. State is currently jumping. Why is our state back to jumping? Because B is pressed. So I was answering a tweet and I got off track. Sometimes I do that. Let me go back. So the tweet I was answering is I know I know because I sidebarred on this. So somebody asked, what was a book that you struggled with? Or what is a great book that you struggled with? And I said, A Connecticut Yankee on King Arthur's Court. I wanted to read it because it got so much praise. Everyone's like, "Oh yeah, you're a very well-read person if you've read Mark Twain and all that stuff." And so I was like, "Well, cool, I'll read it." And so I read it, and as of saying here, so he's like, "So what did you have? What was the thing that you struggled with while reading it?" And the biggest thing was that it's everything you're not supposed to do as a writer. I can't say endless cliches because it was written at a time when cliches were still kind of new, but there are a few. There's some tropes in there. I can't blame it for that. It is a thing of its time. But it is very much and then storytelling. This happened, and then that happened, and then that happened. Rather than because storytelling, this happened because that happened, so action leads to consequence. There is some of both, but it's very much the former. And then the other thing was it's very much telling versus showing. you can overshow a story and you can overtell a story. There should be a good balance. Yeah, it's like 98% telling. So anyway, I was writing, but I forgot to, I didn't, not that I forgot to, I forgot, I'm trying to think of one of the other things that bugged me about the book, so I didn't finish the tweet, but anyway, I sidebarred in the middle of the doing this, so I had to give my brain a rest. I'm not sure why. So we're re-entering jump. That's the issue, right? So on this cycle, the way my jump key is set up, I'm firing the key, and then I'm checking some states independent within that frame on that key. It's one of the few areas where I check the key independent of the state. So the key first and then the state. Usually I check the states in combination with the key, which helps prevent a lot of the overlaps of states. In this particular case, so pressing the jump key is independent of pressing left and right. But in that particular instance, when I jumped, I hit the jump button at the same time that I hit left. It hit the opposite direction that I'm facing. So it allows for us to enter the jump state. So we enter jump, and this jump fires when we enter jump state. And then we get down to here on this step, and it checks to see if we're jumping or any of these, and then we go into jump turn. But one full frame happens. We could be in the middle of jump turn, right? And then it comes back down, and then before that frame, well, we're tailing the next frame, but we're in the turning, right? Turning happens over several frames. So as we're turning, there's several frames where it can be checked, and it's checking this again, and then firing and putting us in the jump state. But it shouldn't put us back into jump state because jump should be consumed here on this frame. So this should fail. So what happens? Let's take a look. We enter state. Here. Okay, so that's weird. All right, I'm gonna hit continue again. And let's do this. On here, I want to check here. I don't want to check this button press because it is checked every frame, so that would just get stuck real easily. But I want to check that state in here. Or that action in this action. So jump gets us here. This would get fired. All right, I'm going to continue. And we'll do this. So that gets me here. I'm going to now put the breakpoint up here. so that this will get checked on the next cycle. All right, because I know my current state is jump, right? I'm going to transition into jump turn, so I'll hit continue. I should now be jump turn, but I'm back to being jumping. And continue, it bypassed all this. So this did not get checked again, so I can rule that part out. I can rule that out. That didn't happen. So why am I back into the jumping state? What would put us back into jumping? What other possible call could put us back into jumping? Because nothing else should. So let me go to jump. I know this isn't getting called a second time. This is what fires to call jump and change the state to jumping. We can also have the wall count or the wall jump being called. Jump to fall. The function itself is not even running, but I don't think this is getting called anywhere. Stop jumping. BT dubs. I really should put stop jumping in. It might help circumvent some of the issues that I'm having. So I think I'll add it back in because this does put me directly into jump to fall. It calls directly on it. Reset jump. Reset wall jump. Okay, so on handle jump velocity, I do call the play animation for these and crouch jump. But I also call jump here on wall jump. But I turned off the wall jumping jump call. So I turned that part off. So that's probably okay. Here's this one on the jump button being pressed. This one getting called. So I have this getting called on button press, and I have this one getting called on handle jump velocity. Let me disable this one over here. I don't know which one is taking precedent, but there are a few instances where I saw a jump hat looking like it was jittering. That might be why. I may have seen it being called twice. So let's stop. Do I have the crouch jump? So jump being called here. And jump being called here. So there's two spots where jump can be called. A bit of repeated code. All right, this is the same as that. The difference is the state being called from. And then I'm canceling this one out. I may have done this for the coyote time. But I have a thing that handles coyote time later, so. But there's also the beacon wall jump. That could be a problem for wall jump. I've mixed a few hands here, so it's gonna be messy. I have a grounded check for coyote time to allow me to jump here in this particular condition. I think we're okay because the physics of jumping doesn't happen till later. This is just the animation call, so I think we're okay to skip that here. Same thing here. For wall jump, the beacon wall jump, we have this animation call. I think we can get away with not having it here since that is going to be handled elsewhere. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Turn this off. Handle wall jump velocity, I think is the name of the function. Yes. So I will leave that one off. I had some issues with this, but I don't know remember what the issues were, so I commented those out. I didn't leave myself a comment on why. Stop jumping. This looks like it's fine. Stop jumping could get called because we call the function itself for stop jumping, which terminates everything, and then we call the function. I wrote this as a separate function because I wanted you to call it elsewhere. Although it might have been cleaner just to have this happen on the state, but there are some things. Okay. All right, we'll save that. Try this again. So now at this point, if we enter jump state again, because I think I've handled all the conditions where jump is being called. This one. Now the one where handle wall jumping, this is one where I turned this off. And I was handling that above. So wall jumping will probably fail. I was thinking that I had turned this on, but I did not. So wall jumping will break. And I'll be back here streaming going, why is wall jumping broken? And you'll go, well, silly, you turned it off last time. Man, it takes forever. Oh, I want to check prices at Best Buy while I'm waiting. So let's do that. Might as well see what Best Buy prices are. I know, I could be looking at Newegg for these drives. WD Black 4 terabytes NVMe. $600. 4 terabyte drive right now is $600. Jeez. Not only is AI killing the planet, it's killing me. Because that's outrageous. I had to bleep myself there. Oh, it's so cute. There's a 2 terabyte mini. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. Here. How goes it? Here, I'll show you. So this is what while I'm waiting for this to compile. I'm on the buy of bests. A 4 terabyte NVMe is what's up is that. But these are unavailable. I'm always happy that it's summer, and I'm sad when it is not. How goes it? Look at this. So the one that is available is 1,000 for 4 terabyte NVMe. This one, so this is Gen 4. This one's Gen 5X4. Oh, is that 4 drives? Is that times 4 drives? Maybe I'm reading that wrong. This is not RAM, but this is a hard drive or a SSD. But it's expensive because all the AI, the AI boom. Everybody's making other AI nonsense, so they're just consuming it all. But look, the thing that had me all like googly was this little baby. Look at this little baby. It's a 2 terabyte. Oh my gosh. It's like this big. That's hilarious. What are my specs? I have no idea what a 550 Z.X is. So those are my thoughts. Crickets. I assume it's a graphics card of some sort. But I could be wrong. Yeah, my specs. I've got a I got a Ryzen 9 in here. A 3070 Ti, I think. 64 gigs of Hey Jose, how's your summer? I guess how are both of your summers? And then 64 gigs of DDR5. I think I got fast DDR5. I think I spent money on fast DDR5. But I need more RAM. It is a bit beefy, but it is. It's taking a long time to compile because. So look, I'll show you. So if we look at performance, my main storage drive here is drive E, which is a SATA hard drive. It's a Western Digital Black, but it's slow compared to an NVMe, and this is what's been bottlenecking production on this. My laptop runs great. Jamari Spencer. For Skills USA, yeah, I think so. Thank you. Well, I've been working on the animation. I want the animation to behave a certain way, so I've been working on the Sleep Machine. It's going slow though. But yeah, I've had that bottleneck, so I wanted to free up this bottleneck by getting another drive a little bit faster. But I don't know that I want to dump $1,000 into this. I'll just use the laptop. I use this one for streaming. Also, the monitor's bigger on here so I can see things. My laptop's so tiny. I can't see nothing. Let's see what RAM is right now. I need 196 gig of dual channel. Oh, these are terrible. This one, man, I don't know what the fresh rate is on this thing. I don't remember. Oh, my streams are usually pretty quiet. I'm an old dude programming. Like, they're not very entertaining. If I were an old dude, yeah, I'm a ghost. The thing that crops out my green screen, the chroma key, it's catching a little bit of. It's not a perfect chroma key, so it's getting some fuzziness in there. All right, so well, that's Corsair DDR4, but that would take me down a peg. I don't need RGB, but I need way more than 32 gig, and I need way more than DDR4. Pathetic DDR4. This is not going to help me game faster. Okay, maybe, but this is not what I need. Oh, man. Anyway, so I was just surfing this while waiting for the game to fire up. What is my budget? I was happy to spend $200. I'm not happy to spend $1,000 to upgrade a hard drive. It's just stupid. You know, that's a dumb price. $300. Okay, cool. But $1,000 on a those are 90s prices. It was when a terabyte was new. All right. So we're here. On the initial jump press, yes, that's fine. Now I need to make sure we get here on this state. Oh, I see what I did. I need to, sorry, this doesn't need to be here yet. That check does not need to be there. How go, Ian? How's all the summers? Thank you. Right now I'm working on the state machine. All right, so we've entered jump state, so we're currently jumping, right? We need to transition to jump turn, which is what we're going to be doing. But the issue is we're re-entering the jump state, so I'm gonna hit up here. I think we checked this already, and this got bypassed. So I'm gonna hit continue, and yeah, so this got bypassed. So we're not entering this a second time, which is good. But we are once again entering this. We're still hitting this twice. We shouldn't be hitting this twice. It's a Metroidvania based around my comic book, Wielders of Aether. Shameless plug. I'm gonna be doing comic book signings at Emerald City. Comics and games. So we're gonna be doing Emerald City Comics and Games book signing July 18th between 12 and 2. Summer's good. Cool. Almost finished making a sample game already. Nice. Yeah, comics ready to go. I don't know that you're allowed to read it because teachers and stuff. You have to get parent permission to buy my stuff. But yeah, this is the event. I have a couple events coming up to do the signings and stuff for peeps and fans. All right, so going back to coding. For some reason, we're re-entering the jump states. And I'll show you what I'm talking about since you're here. Oh, I got stuck in this state. That's funny. Hello. There we go. All right. So I can jump. You can see all the states there on the side. You can see these ticking away. These are all the states that have gone. Newest state is at the bottom, so I'm currently in idle. If I take a step, I'm walking, and I stopped. So walking, boop, falling, landing. I'll have to Google Translate. My Spanish is awful. But anyway, so if I jump, you can say I jump, enter, jumping to falling, the transition happens, and then fall, landing, right? I can jump and I can turn. That's fine. But of course, once I turn, I'm not entering the fall state. I got to fix that. But the issue that I'm worried about at the moment is if I jump and turn at the same time, look how many jump turns there are. That flash. So I was in idle a second ago, right? Why are all these states here? So that I can see what's happening. So I can see each state go by. So I wasn't idle. And I actually entered idle turn because I hit jump and turn at the same time. Thank you. So, yeah, right. So you can see I entered jumping, and then he entered jump turn, which was fine. But then he entered jumping again, and then jump turn again, and then jumping again, and then jump turn again, then jumping again, and jump turn again. And this cycle repeated a lot before entering jumping to fall. And the question is why? Why did it enter that condition multiple times? Now, the obvious answer is it's being fired on tick, but jump turn can happen if I'm in the jumping state, or jump move, or jump falling. So if any of these states happen, I can do this. So my thoughts are maybe I'm entering jump move or jump falling and transitioning out, but you can see that's not happening. That's not the case, because I would see it here. I would see the state change. So I'm not entering, jumping to falling in between these, and I'm not entering jump to move in between these. It's just cycling back. W. So this is the testing map. Ian, stop spamming. I know it wasn't you. It wasn't you. All right. All right. So yeah. So this level is actually just a testing map for doing stuff like here, like I think wall jumping is turned off. But for doing wall jumping, for testing out the environment, for wall cling, for hanging on stuff, there is an actual map. Let's see. I'll jump over to there real quick. I think this is the one I can jump to. No? That's not the procedural. Persistent levels. There we go. A bunch of stuff is missing. That's a shame. Looks like some stuff got deloaded. There was a lot more here. Yeah. There was a door here. There was a level, but I guess it's gone. I'll have to remake it. I only work on it a little bit during the summer, so forever. Where is my testing map? I go back to that. Test map. Test map. Test map. How many animations? Not enough. So right now, I've only got this many. But they're not done. These are all that I have right now, but he's got more animations that are needed. It's just when I make something, I have to make sure it works. Counter-Strike 2, is that what that is? CS2? I didn't know it was out. Question mark. But yeah, why are we re-entering jump in this state? I didn't know Counter-Strike 2 was a thing. I guess I'll have to look it up. Hold on. Let me see what Counter-Strike 4 is looking like. Or Counter-Strike 2. Is it out yet? Well, you can't just do a state machine. I mean, I guess you could. You could build the state machine apart from the animations, but the whole point of a state machine is for the animations. It's to configure the different animation states because those transitions happen because of inputs and actions. So they go together. Um, like you could build an empty state machine, but it's not going to do what you think it's going to do until you actually test it with the animations you're building. Um, there's a bunch that goes into that. But I'm hand coding the state machine because I don't like using the blueprint state machine. Kind of like in Unity, where you have the little animation tree and you drag the little arrows. It's okay. It's nice to have visually. In Unity, it's a little bit easier to swap out animations, but in general, when you are swapping between animations, um, the visual graph breaks and you have to relink everything. I mean, CS2 might be fun. I might be able to get Naughty to play it, but it says it came out in 2023. Is that true? Like, has it been? Did it just come out, or has it been out for a while? Um, anyway, so I'm trying to figure out why it keeps re-entering that state. So I'm gonna have to just follow the breadcrumbs here. Let me throw this back on. Oh, that was weird. But anyway, jumping turn. Oh, that won't be enough, I don't think. Yeah, I need to. There we go. There we go. So we enter from jump. It's been out for a while. Okay. Is it good? Is it worth playing? Is it better than the original? Escape the backroom stream. Is that like a thing? Um, yeah. So I'm in jumping state, which is fine. And then I go here. Let's follow the breadcrumbs. I'm going to go ahead and enter. And let me actually go down to what else is going to call jump. Anything else going to call jump? Don't think so. But we can just walk through this event. So that goes. All right, so we enter jump turn. Don't know anything about it. What is back rooms? Did anybody watch the awful Supergirl movie? I haven't seen it yet. But from what I've read in the reviews, it is what I expected it to be. All right, so we're in this state. All the transitions, whatever. We should transition into falling at some point. Well, the hardest part of making this one, I'm really picky on how I want the animations to perform. And so I've been spending a lot of time trying to dial the animations in. But I'm so picky with how the animations are. Like, but yeah, that's been the trickiest part, is getting them to be exactly the way I want. Okay, so like no clipping through stuff. Okay. Um, so like modding the game and kind of like going through the walls and looking for stuff. There's a YouTuber who already does that. Oh, okay. Let's jump down to. If I go handle jump velocity. I'll put a flag here. TF2. I haven't played TF2 in a long time. And then the other one I'll check out is wall jump velocity, even though I'm pretty sure wall jump velocity is not firing. All right, so I'll hit continue. All right. So handle jump velocity did get checked again. So at this point, has jumped is false, because time should have expired on has jumped. Although it really should be. Yeah, I mean, I'm off the ground, so has jump should have fired. Well, it might be too soon. It might be too soon for has jump to have. That could be a timing issue, but we'll walk through it. So since we're here, there is a possibility that we're going to be re-entering jump through one of these. So let's step over, and actually I'll just go here and hit continue. Okay, let's go here. Continue down. So my current state is jump turn. So this looks like this is where it's going to happen. And there I get transitioned. It put me back in. So really this should have exited. This function should have exited right after I hit the jump button. This jump button is pressed, yes, but has jumped should have fired. I mean, I know what Roblox is. I'm not sure what Roblox Gooba is. What is Roblox Gooba? Sorry, I've been missing some of the chat because I've been like staring at this stuff. TF2 found footage. Okay, not too much has changed. Why are you guys up so late anyway? Isn't it like past your bedtime? Like 2 in the morning. Huh. So anyway, I think I found the culprit, which is, for some reason, has jumped. Summer's the excuse now. Summer sleep schedule, yeah. Yeah, my sleep schedule, I try to stay a normal sleeping schedule, but I always end up naturally sleeping to 11, no matter what. I sleep till about 11, and then I'm up till about 3. That's just how my life is. Except for Friday nights, because Friday nights I go to bed, try to go to bed by at least midnight, so that because I get up and I go run in the morning on Saturdays. Because it's been really hot. So I don't know. Um, but has jumped should be true here because I'm off the ground. And that should not reset until I hit the ground or until I wall hang. Let me look at let's go to reset jump. Reset jump. These get flagged out. And reset wall jump gets called. But is that getting called? Reset wall jump gets called from if falling, but we didn't re-enter this state, so that shouldn't have been the case. Let's go to wall jump. Wall jumping and the wall jump to jump force. Yeah, I mean, we're not wall jumping anyway, but. So what else is resetting has jumped? Well, let's find has jumped. Let's find another instance of it somewhere. So here on initial jump, we're checking if we have not jumped yet. So currently it's false. And we're not resetting it here. Oh, I see why. The answer is has jumped gets flagged when stop jumping gets called, and I have not implemented stop jumping on the state machine. So I need to turn on stop jumping. This is why debugger is helpful. You step through the process and get to catch your own stupidity. I'm pretty dumb most of the time. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna hit the stop button. And let's implement stop jumping. Stop jumping needs to happen after jump. Let's go up here and steal it from my other state machine. So somebody was asking what has been the hardest part of this. Who was asking that? I forget who asked that. Was that Fernando? Well, the hardest part was getting the animations out. And so I wanted... so when you make a platformer in 2D, going left and right is really easy. You just negative flip the picture. And then the picture is... There, I'll use this as an example, right? So You set it up so the picture is kind of in the middle. Usually it's the picture's like from the corner, but it'll flip the picture and then go the other way, right? It just flips the picture. I can't mirror flip this because I don't have a mirror, but that's basically what happens, right? In a 3D platformer, just flipping the character looks kind of goofy. Like some games will do it, and actually I can show you a bunch of games where that happens. So for funsies, let's turn on. Thank you. Patrick did the cover. He's fantastic at doing all this stuff. So dialing in the way this thing turns has been a pain in the butt. There are a few different ways to do it. And I mean, you can just flip the character, but it looks really goofy when you just flip the character. But here's an example. So I have a couple, and there are a lot of different scenarios where you'll have to turn around. So, for example, if I'm just standing here, the character can turn, right? If I want to turn while I'm walking, that's a little bit too fast. It's going a bit quick. I have to dial the speed down. I can also do a turn while I'm running. That's going to be easier to do it on a keyboard. So turn while running. You know, we gotta. If I just flip them, it looks silly. So you gotta have transitions for those, and making those transitions is such a pain in the butt when you're not using motion capture, because the model is gonna twist in the editor when you're modeling it, when you're doing the animations by hand. It's just such a pain. So I had a couple choices. I could use a mirror table, which is available. Unreal does have a mirror table. But the mirror table works better if you're using the default state machine built into Unreal, which I am not using. I'm writing a custom one. I can use it in code, but then there's more BS. So there's that. Or I can do an animation for moving left and an animation for moving right, because a 3D model isn't just a picture, and just flipping it, you can't really just flip it, because its left and right are different, because it's a physical thing in 3D space. So you can't just flip the picture; it's physically the thing. So you end up with having to do two animation sets, which takes a while. So the original state machine and actually, before I do that, kind of show when I'm jumping. So when I jump, let me turn that off. I have so many of those little flags. But when I jump and I turn that flag off because that's in the way now. So I jump and I turn. So I just have him so he just turns. He just flips. It looks a little goofy with no transition animation in there. Right? But because there are so many different times when he's going to turn, when he's jumping, when he's falling, when he's walking, when he's running, when he's doing a dash and you turn, like I can make the game so that animations have to finish before, but I really want the animations to be quick cancel, right? And I can show you an example of a game that doesn't have quick canceling animations. Anybody ever play Mortal Kombat 1? Where's my Steam? I'll open up Steam here. Steam, there it is. Y'all leaving me. Making me sad. So here. I wonder if it'll capture. I may have to turn on game capture. Hold on a second. Display capture is fine. It'll probably be okay. We'll see if it'll just grab it. And I can check from here. Mortal Kombat Uno. Go here, notifications, I'll run this. Okay. I'll just do learn. Okay, good. It's capturing. I got T1000. He's cool.
T1000.
I guess her and them.
Scorpion, the Great Hall.
T1000. So if you look, also when a character stops walking, that's a bit tricky. That drove me nuts for a long time. So, but I've spent a lot of time looking at other games and how they're handling it. So if you look at his feet when he stops walking, that one's okay. If the leg that is forward is the leg that he steps on when he stops walking, he's okay, right? But if the back leg is the leg that he steps on, it'll be goofy. That one's okay. Let's try to get like where it like flips. See it flipping? Well, it just pops. And I'm like, that drives me nuts. I want to solve that, but there's so many different times your foot can hit the ground that really the time that goes into solving that isn't really beneficial. It's just like a visual thing that bugs me, you know? But with 2D, it doesn't matter because there's only so many frames and your brain fills in the gaps. But because he's 3D, you can see the goofiness of how those legs are, right? Oh, the other thing is the stiffness and the motion, right? So look, he throws a punch, but I can't do anything. And like, I'm trying to walk, right? I can't walk until the punch finishes the cycle. It's so sluggish. I hate that. I really hate this kind of motion because I'm locked in until the animation finishes. You know? So I really want my animations to be quick and cancelable no matter what animation you're in, which is tricky because you need to make transitions for pretty much every animation, or have the transitions quick enough that your eye will not catch when it would look goofy. So you like make like a subtle thing and then you have a smaller transition. This kick is pretty good. I like that kick. The kick's nice. That's pretty cool. But like I'm stuck in that animation until it's finished. I hate that so much. Let me get out of there. Another game with some kind of... of course, you know Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's really easy because it's 2D. Yeah, let's put on Silksong. I haven't been in Silksong in months. I think since I last streamed. But to kind of give an example on that, oh wow, which one of these is my real one? I think this one. I think these are all my clones. 518, Deep Dogs, 99H. Yeah, okay. doesn't really matter which one I pick. I just couldn't remember which one it was. So with 2D, turning is a lot simpler, right? It just happens. You just flip it. You just flip the frame. Flip frame, flip frame. There actually is a subtle, it's like 2 or 3 frames of Hornet turning in the middle. And there's this cutesy little thing when you go to step. This is actually a throwback from Castlevania, but see how she kind of like glides back on that back foot for a second before turning? That's a little throwback from Castlevania Symphony of the Night, which we can take a look at. But there's that, right, for those transitions. Where is Symphony of the Night located? It's going to be in emulated games. Hold on a second. It's going to be in my emulated games folder. That's true. For a fighting game, I can see that, but it is so sluggish. So you know how Smash Bros. Like when you play Smash Bros is very fast. Going from one animation to the next is very quick. There is framings and timings and stuff between, you have your attack and then you have a bit of a recovery. That's always a thing in a lot of fighting games. But if you play Smash Bros. And you play this, the amount of delay between the next motion is just so long. It's yeah, but Mortal. I'll bring up Mortal Kombat, the 2D versions of Mortal Kombat, and you'll see Mortal Kombat 4 is actually pretty good. The animations they're goofy, but they're better. But I was looking for Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Let me open up a thing. Where would that be? That's gonna be in my storage drive, documents, emulated games. Where's emulated games? Console, PlayStation. Let me run that. Run. Darn, I don't want to have to reconfigure the controller. One second. I'm gonna grab my PS5 controller because that's the one that's hooked up to the PlayStation emulator. Whoop. Okay. The PlayStation controller does not work in Unreal because you have to pay a licensing fee to Sony in order to have this thing work, and I'm not paying Sony's licensing fee for the driver. And what's messed up is the driver is already in Unreal. You're just not allowed to use it until you pay that fee. And I am tempted to get around that, but there are ways to get around it. I could write my own thing for it, my own driver for it. Okay, so I was gonna run ISO, not Resident Evil. Castlevania. There we go. Let's run Castlevania. And I'm going to switch over to PlayStation. Okay, cool. Oh, come on. Is it this one that's taking over? It's acting like it doesn't detect it. I know you can detect this. There we go. But yeah, so in a fighting game, you need to have some delay so that you can't just get spammed into a wall. But even like, but Dragon Ball Fighters, you know, that animation is really crisp and clean. It's not sluggish. Anyway, so here's that little throwback. So you can see he does that little glide and then turn. Hornet does that. Hornet got it from Alucard. But, and look, you can be goofy. But 2D, those transitions in 2D are a lot easier to get away with than doing it in 3D. So I'll show you a game in 3D. You ever played Bloodstained Ritual of the Night? They did, so I do Bloodstained. I never finished Bloodstained. I got bored. What happens when I'll play a Metroidvania because I enjoy them, but as I'm playing it, I'm like, I could be working on mine. So then I play this for a little bit and I go, I should be working on mine. So I go back and work on it. But here's this one. Sure. So here she is, and this is her transition. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see there because of all the mess. But oh, she's a little heavy. But this is the transition. They just flipped the character. There's a little bit of a thing, but they're using this is built in Unreal, and they're using the mirror. Man, brain fart. But the mirror table, they're using that to flip the animations. But they're, you know, it's fine to use. I was considering just hard coding the mirror table, but I actually decided to just use one animation set and just physically rotate and just do a transition in between. But I experiment with different types of transitions. Like I said, trying to do the rotation on that is kind of a pain in the butt. Let's see. Actually, you guys couldn't see that black screen, right? So let me go ahead and fix that. Where is... Let me go back to there. Let's see. All right, can you see it now? We'll try that. There's like a 30-second delay, so I won't know if you can see it for about 30 seconds. Okay, yeah, you can see it. All right, so I'm gonna repeat this section, but here we go. But yeah, they have the mirror table, so you can see they flip. They just flip her. So they probably just did one animation set. Most likely they did one animation set, and then they used the mirror table to flip. Um, but again, 3D platformers are a bit goofy when the characters turn, so you gotta get those transitions to be tricky. Now, with this game's not too bad, but again, I'm kind of locked in this attack animation for a while, and that's a long swing, you know, for that. Now, different weapons for her have different attack speeds. So some are really quick. This is one of the. This one's got a good damage amount, but it's kind of slow. But I can cancel. There's a little bit of canceling that I can do in the animation. So there's a little cancel window, like right at the end of that arc. So right here, at the end of the arc, if I wait, she's gonna swing back. So I can cancel there at the end of the arc. I can cancel there. I can't cancel in here. You know, I have to wait at the very end of that arc. Then I can cancel. So there are little cancel windows. In Mortal Kombat, there is no you have to wait for the entire animation to finish. It's just goofy. You're surprised at the physics. Don't get messed up with the with the mirror. So no, it shouldn't, because remember that the model is just a 3D picture, right? The physics is actually applied to the capsule around her. So for like jumping and stuff, it's on the capsule. The animation is just a 3D picture, basically. You can see actually a little bit of a pop with the only thing that's like dynamically being driven by the physics engine would be her little scarf, and you can see that popping when her bones get flipped the other way. You can see that has a bit of a pop because of that, but you know, not too much. But like this is a lot smoother than Mortal Kombat. Even with this, this is a lot smoother. I can short cancel out of that. Animation canceling is important. Okay. Huff, puff. But Bloodstain's pretty fun. I enjoy Bloodstain. Every time I play it, I'm like, I should be building mine. Let's see. So one of the ways that I got around the whole animation sitch. Let's open up Maya. All right, where is? Make sure it's not just a black screen for you again. There we go. All right, so Maya. Like I redid this character's animations so many times to get around how he was gonna turn. Like what if I were gonna do the mirror flips and all that. So let me go ahead and open this up. So I built boop. Where are you? You know, I built a flippable rig. So for example, if I do this, right, I can go and just hit flip, and that flips them. You know, boop, I can flip them. pretty easily. I could build that in Unreal. It's not too bad. Do a mirror table in there. Where mirror tables kind of get messy, though, would be on the IK. So if I flip this to IK, yeah, so that makes sense, right? But Mortal Kombat doesn't do that. You're stuck the entire time in the animation, and it sucks. There is a little bit of short canceling in Mortal Kombat if the animation will combo. So it'll short cancel into the next comboable move, but outside of that, you're stuck in the animation the whole time, and it's just really a really sluggish fighting game. Uh, But anyway, yeah. So what I did to get around that, of course, I had to hand do all the animations because motion capture kept breaking. And the motion capture kept capturing with bones in bad places. So like, I'll give you an example. Where is Axis Studio? Document. Documents. Axis Studio. Sure, I'll get this one, and let's do walk. Oh, this is, I don't want this one. This is one that I had to like severely clean, but I'll show you one that isn't clean. Hold on. I'm in the clean section. Let's go to output. Where's the raw? Should have a raw folder. Yeah, I don't know where I put it. Whatever. But I'll just grab one of the. I'll just grab this one then. This one isn't as clean. But as the character walks, you can see that instead of walking in a straight line, it walks diagonally. But also, if you look at it, the bones are twisted in this weird diagonal. And you know, a little bit of noise is expected with motion capture, but there's just a lot to clean on these. And by the time you strip out all the jitter, it's just, you might as well just do it by hand. So I ended up just redoing them by hand. But for there are a couple different turn animations, and I'll show. Let's see, there's running turn, walking turn. Let's do an idle turn real quick. So idle turn to the right. Let's try this one. So for this, there's this one where you just slide them. Like, that you can do. But I didn't like this one. When I decided to change over to just using, instead of doing an animation for both left and right side, I stepped away from that one. Let's look at, so here is, let's try this one. So this one does the spin. It just spins them. But I can do that through code, so that wasn't super useful. Right? So here's the running turn, just to kind of give you an idea. as some of the tricky things to do. So here is the run, and he's going to do this little stop and then do this little turn like this. Although that leg got broken. That leg's goofy there. But you can see how doing that twist, how that got goofy. This is one of the things you're going to have to combat when you do this. Let me flip this to where's, and then so here's the FK version. So FK, when you do this in FK, it's even goofier because the feet don't stay planted, you know? They're not locked to the floor, so he just kind of does this little wobbly thing. But you do like a mix of both. You mix both IK and FK to kind of get something that's useful. So what I ended up doing, where is that one? This one. So I eventually just locked his feet down to get to this. This is a little bit weird there, but it's good enough. But what I did is, if you can see, I have a left and a right on the floor here. So the default animation actually is at the camera this way, because the camera in Unreal is looking down the x-axis, and my right is screen right, like physical right-hand side, and left is screen left. But typically it's the other way around. But anyway, so what I did is I had the animation performed with a default starting on left. So when it switches to that animation, this platform physically gets rotated. He gets physically flipped the other way, so that in Unreal, at the time this animation starts at frame 1, it does a 180 flip on the platform. So this is a 180 flip. So you'll see this, and then he'll perform the animation. Let me. This wouldn't be keyed, you know. Let me get this guy. I could just go to the graph editor and just grab all those. Graph editor. Okay. So yeah, so this gets a 180 flip at the time that animation fires. So he starts here and then does the reverse. So mathematically he gets the flip, and then he does the animation performance to match that. So there's that one. And then the other thing, I did this a couple different ways. So I did that to match performance there. And another one was, where is walking turn? I'll do this one. And then for walking turn, I did a little bit different. I let him do this little leg shimmy. So I did the animation with the turn actually recorded, and then I stripped the actual turn out. So this originally, when I did the animation, this was turning, so that I could match his feet to the position as he was turning. And then I took the actual turn out so that it's just these legs doing a little shimmy. And then in Unreal, for that particular animation, so if I go to the state machine for this, walk turn, not this one. There we go. So in here, I'm actually have a turn rate. This is being done on tick. And then So if I take a step, that's a bit too quick. You can see he's doing that little shuffle. And I can take that and just finagle this value to get it closer to what I need to make it match. So different tricks to do kind of the same thing. Whatever looks cleaner is the one that I go with. But I wrote a couple different ways of turning him based on scenario. So, yeah, little fun things. I say fun, but I really mean the other thing. Anyway, I got off track. So let's turn off the PlayStation. And I'll turn off Maya because I don't need it. I don't need this up. All right. So I was going to... I gotta figure out where I left off because I got derailed. Oh, I'm adding in the stop jumping. That's what I was gonna do. So stop jumping. Let's go to this one and grab stop jumping from here. Here is slow fall. I may just grab slow fall and add it. Here is stop jumping. I guess I could take both. I don't know how slow fall is going to be because I'm rewriting the state machine, so I don't know how it's going to behave. Really? That's so annoying when it won't travel. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you hanging out. Have a good night. Falling turn. Okay, I can clear this one out. I'm gonna go to jump turn. I think I'll throw stop jumping right here. Problem is I disabled this, but I don't remember why. I didn't leave myself a note for why I disabled that, or this, or any of this. I don't know why I disabled any of it. All right, I think stop jumping. I actually end up handling the state change inside of it. Yes. I think that's why I turned those off. Yeah. So this one, I don't think I need to do anything special. I think I can just drop it in. Yeah, I don't have to do not held because it needs to be fired on release. So I think I'm safe to remove that. And then slow fall. If player state is in falling or fall move, and the jump button is held, and our velocity is less than 0. Means we should be moving down. We'll consume the key, activate slow fall, consume the key. I think this is okay. I don't think I have to do anything to it. Why did I do this one? Alright, so if we're falling, we're in the particular state. Otherwise, if we hold the button and character movement, gravity scale is not equal to the default scale. I think this is what I was using for the released key. So just upon looking at it, because slow fall becomes false, and we turn off consume. Or no, consumed is still true here though. Oh, if we're not consumed, then so, yeah. So I'm gonna run this as is and just see what happens. It's almost 3 a click. We'll check this, and then whether it works or not, then I'll hop off. I'm getting tired. Sleepy nappy time. Man, it's so slow. But it's $1,000 to fix. It really isn't. I could move the project onto a different drive. I just... How many NVMe slots do I have on this motherboard? I guess while this is cooking, I can check. The heck is this motherboard anyway? I think it's an Asus. Z900. It'll just say if I open. What am I using for my diagnostic tool? Hardware monitor. I guess I'm gonna check device manager. Motherboard. Let's see it in here. I also don't see my hardware monitor. Alright. You know, I actually can't lift my computer because of the abdominal injury. I can't lift it. It's way over 50 pounds. So I couldn't install the drive if I wanted to. It sucks. I mean, I can do it, but I would potentially re-injure this thing that hasn't healed yet. That sucks. Okay, looks like Unreal is cooking. Yay! All right. So here we are. Okay. Let's jump. So slow fall works. It is still short canceling the oh, that's weird. A little bit of a short cancel on the jump. So when I go to jump, you can see the travel on the height. If I turn in the middle of it, that looks fine. So you see there where I tried to jump, where I tried to turn in the middle of that. Why would that stop it? I also don't know why. I still don't know why this is happening. Sometimes I get caught on the thing. Also, slow fall doesn't happen right away. You can see here, I'm not slow falling. I have to let go. That's gonna bug me though, because I want to be able to jump and get up here, right? It shouldn't matter if I'm facing this way. I want to still be able to get up here. So why is that a thing? When I jump, when I turn, it short cancels out of the jump. Why? The system that handles jump velocity should not be affected by the animation I'm currently in. I'm not seeing a reason for it to enter. All right, let's solve this other problem. See if I can do this. I said I was going to leave, and here I am solving problems. So we should be able to enter. If I turn, I'm trying to think of the different conditions in which this would have to fire. Because I have to consider that this turn will be animated. So it'll have a specific life. So what happens at the end of its animation? What animation does it transition into naturally? Well, if you just turn, then it should go into fall. If there's motion, you should transition into fall move. So let's take a look at this. So I'm gonna keep my word, and I'm gonna go ahead and just stop the video here. I'm gonna keep working on it, but this compiles a lot faster when I'm not on stream, and it's like it's 3 o'clock anyway. So I appreciate y'all hanging out. Um,